Hi, everyone. Feels good to do one of these again. I don't know when people will come, so I'm just sort of gonna let things trickle in. But while I do that, oh, let's see. Can I? Did they get rid of the ability to pin things? Now I can pin it in the thingamabob. There we go. Hey, Zoe. Long time no see. How you been? I'm just taking a little bit of time before I get started in earnest here to have some dinner. Tonight is, it's one of my backup meals. You ever just have a bunch of recipes that you can be like, well, I have no ideas what to do for dinner tonight. I didn't think to thaw anything, so I should probably just make something that, I got stuff lying around for. And, cheesy, spicy shrimp pasta is fast becoming one of those things for me. How have you been? Getting used to your new goofy keyboard layout?
Thank you.
Oh, Fusion, thank you so much for the continued support. So, I do want to talk about one other thing that I couldn't help but laugh nervously over while I was getting ready. So, one of the reasons why I was... You got your daughter back in a way? Well, hey, it's progress. We're rooting for you. But, while I was getting ready, I saw something funny, but also kind of very anxiety-inducing, too. For those of you who don't know, or who don't follow the Cinnamon Switch development cycle, during Next Fest, when the Steam demo was launched, as a promotion for it, the dev team had a live read-through. Live amongst the devs themselves, and also a kind of, to me at least, a big name voice actor who happens to, just be a fan of the game. Well, of the studio's games, at least. For those of you who aren't familiar, AC Mongiel, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's one of those things that I can't remember actually reading before or hearing aloud before. But voice of characters like Shinji Ikari, Angel Devil, Chillchuck, was playing the lead role in this game. And I had kind of delayed doing the demo myself because I'm the kind of person that can't really help but compare myself to other people when I do something similar. And it felt like maybe not a great idea for my mental health to compare myself to a successful professional voice actor as someone who I would call myself kind of a aspiring voice actor in my flop era. And, you know, then I finally got around to doing it. And doing the demo, I mean. So I put the announcement post out earlier today. And wouldn't you know it, Casey liked the post. Then I did the follow-up post. Haha, no worries about playing and voice acting Cinnamon Switch's demo tonight. What do you mean? I'm sorry, what do you mean a high-profile voice actor who also voiced the game liked my promo post? So they had then liked 2 posts. And then Casey followed. Mongio. I see. A fellow Italian-American from Connecticut. Excellent. But, yeah, that was very flattering, but also incredibly nerve-wracking. It has been a long time since I've gotten the incredible acute anxiety that only really comes with having someone that you look up to or that you, like, have some kind of senpai-kohai relationship. Not even. That implies, like, a mutual thing. It's just... Huh. Okay. Okay. This is probably fine, right? You love my readings? Thank you. I try my best. Gonna try and get through as much of this pasta as I can. Also, I don't know why. I think I must have just been listening to too much, like... Yeah, apparently, Katie. I don't know why. Maybe I've just been listening to too much Flavorfully and Jamie Page, but... For some reason, hearing this track is making me think of, Vocaloids in the background. Better than a senpai early relationship. I don't know, I wouldn't mind being a very successful... Oh, thank you, Violet Rose Fall, for joining the Fluffle. I wouldn't mind being a very successful, German artist/streamer. And I assume by curly you mean, of course, Curly Brace from cult classic video game Cave Story. As soon as I finish this pasta, which I am pounding down, I'm gonna be getting started in earnest. Not sure if I'll end up keeping this whole intro bit where now I'm just eating pasta and freaking out about Casey Mongio following me. We'll see, I guess. Also, because I haven't yet, Jaxie, could you come here a little bit? Jaxie, did you know that you? And you better believe I mean you are my little PogChamp, and nothing will change that. question for everyone in chat while I'm finishing up here. What would be the animal that the magic tea in this game turns you into? Well, I guess in this one it's more magic coffee, but you know, the magic plant. Like, I feel like rabbit would be an obvious one. I was literally named after a Beatrix Potter character when I was born, so I was kind of literally ABAB, assigned bunny at birth. Although, I will say, there was a time in high school where I worked at a summer camp, and I was kind of a amateur furry, by which I mean I was a professional cat boy. See, the fun thing is, if you're trying to get high school kids, like, you know, around your own age, to let down their guard, being a fucking dork who introduces themselves wearing cat ears and a makeshift cat tail is a pretty good way. See, I think you and I know both know the obvious answer here. Oh yes, but Draxie, maybe I just want to hear you say it. Hmm? Are you a good girl, Draxie? Hope you are. You were also a cat boy in high school. Huh. What are the odds? Probably a shrimp? Interesting. Why do you say that, Zoe? From what I understand, it's both like a stereotype thing, but also it's like the perception of the animal, so do you just have really bad posture? Fucking love Brian Rice. Hell yeah, sister. You and me both. Okay. Okay, I think I figured out what in this song is reminding me of Jamie Page. That part where the acoustic— Thank you for the head pat! That part where the acoustic guitar comes in like do 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 do. That to me sounds just a little bit like the leitmotif they use for Didactic and basically all of the songs on Constant Companion. Okay, yeah, I would be a dog now. Shush. Okay. Alright. Well, I've got my water. I have finished the pasta. Alright. Let's get into it. Okay, so one thing that I will say that I have always loved about the Cinnamon Switch games is this menu right here. As someone who really enjoys this stuff, not strictly in— oh, thank you for that, Pat! Not simply in just a sexual way, being able to make the game into a version where you are able to show everything in a stream-safe way is really, really cool. So we are turning on content warnings. Pop alert. Alright. Take care, Jaxie. Alright, we are asking before sex scenes. And we are not allowing nude sprites because I don't want Twitch to learn what a peanut is. Much less a Virginia. Heaven forbid. Here's our main character, Leo. Alright, well. Let's get into it. Oh, okay. Now Oh. Okay. I didn't realize there was going to be a time loop in this game. That's interesting. It has been 2 years since Kimono Tea was unveiled to the world. New Greenshire was one of the first cities in the US to gain access to the magical tea, which had the power to turn people into animalistic versions of themselves. Though availability is still limited, its effects are beginning to manifest across society. Hey, Zoe, a question as the lead writer. So you're able to take enough like thank you for the head pat. You're able to take enough high concentrations of the kimono tea to basically lock yourself into your furry form, if I recall right from the first game, right? Okay, so hypothetically, if my mother tea locked herself into a rabbit and my father tea locked himself into a deer, would the child be one, the other, a plain human, or a jackalope? This is very important to my personal emotional investment. Human civilization is still coming to grips with the ramifications for how such a powerful entity will shape culture in the future of what was once mankind. Hell yeah, we got a transhuman in here. They won't know until they're 18 and can drink the tea. Oh, okay, so alright, so they would still be human. Ah, okay. Ah, well. You can't blame a girl for trying. So, you shouldn't pull for units unless you have enough for a tenfold, and even then, you'll want to save your crystals until the last day of the next limited event when the meta's gonna get redefined. The daily deal is only worth it if you spend premium currency. It'll build your pity rate, and if you aren't lucky enough to pull a 5-star, you'll still get a steady supply of garbage units to turn into Stardust. Uh, oh, huh. But you gotta remember, do not feed your garbage units to your party for EXP. Stardust is finite, while XP is not. It's also the only way to obtain a power print, which are invaluable equips. I already feel so conflicted because this is very clearly a sorry, not a trans person, although, you know, odds are pretty good. This is very clearly an autistic, neurodivergent type of person that Leo's talking with. And on the one hand, as someone who has worked in customer service before, please, I'm just here to work. I don't need to know your life story. But on the other hand, yeah, you go, girly pop. It's really nice to be able to just, you know, hear hyperfixations. You're right the first time. I mean, look, if you're one, your 4 times is likely to be the other two. It's a decent shot. I'd say save up about 50k in Stardust and keep it in reserve in case a new limited print drops. Personally, I've got like 200k saved up for the New Year's event. That makes sense. Anyway, I'm using a cheese strat right now that takes advantage of one unit's counter damage and another's unbalanced buff rate. It'll probably be patched soon, but I'm farming high demon orbs. This is literally Pokemon Go. When did they add high demon orbs to Pokemon Go? I do appreciate, though, that this character is so aware of the meta. I need to grab them while I can, so I can buy the new 6-star water sword. I'm missing the right support unit for the raid, though. It's a less consistent auto, but at least it's about, like, an 80% clear rate. Hoarding Stardust is literally the meta. See, you get it. Stragalia lost with the serial numbers filed off. Fair. Hey, Tyrus? Excuse me, ma'am. Did you have anything pressing to relate to our associate here? No. I guess we were just talking about... Then I'll kindly ask you to provide your order to Mr. Bianco so we can expedite things for our other customers. Oh, yeah. Can I get a large blended caramel mocha to go? If you become a dog person, can you still have chocolate? Many such questions. I tap the order into the tablet. That'll be $6.95. A few charms dangle from the phone case. She taps on the card reader. I assume they're from the game she was talking about. Yes, but you get a tummy ache. A great sacrifice. Also, hello, Hydrox the Bear. It's nice to meet you. This is also going to be interesting because, like, I was there watching the live reading that y'all did during Next Fest. It was actually my birthday. Well, almost my birthday when you did that, so I was using it as like a early birthday gift. But I don't really remember what people's usernames were in that chat. So I have no idea who's who. And for all I know, I've already probably put my foot firmly in my mouth. My boss is nearly my height, but it still feels like she looms over my shoulder as she watches the tiny wolf fret over how much tip to add. Girly Pop, you made Leo sit through at least 10 minutes of hyperfixation yapping. You have to do at minimum 20%. Who's the purple hair MILF? That's Boss. Her name is Boss. As far as we know. Thanks for the tip, and we'll have your drink out for you soon. Your newest crush? It's an odd name. Where is it from? It sounds vaguely Saudi Arabian. She nods and pulls out her phone as she continues her quest for more demon orbs. I remain facing ahead as though there's someone next in line. Turkish, actually. Ah, I see. Of course, of the Turkish, your newest crushes. I'm well familiar with them. There isn't. I hold out hope that someone might walk in the front door and appreciate my ready attention, but there's no such luck. Sighing, I turn around to see what the absence of heels clacking back to the office already told me. Hey, boss, Mr. Bianco, I know you're very passionate about providing a friendly, welcoming atmosphere here, but really, that was a prime opportunity to cut a conversation short. It's fine. She just wanted someone to talk to, and there wasn't any line. Ash takes the effort to lean closer to our conversation as she steams milk for a cappuccino. Yeah, Bean. Why aren't you helping me at the drink station, huh? I'm just buying you some time before I make the mocha. You sure you don't want me to handle that one? Sounds like you're having fun gossiping with your friends. Hello, gender. Blue with spikes. And you bet that she's got pronouns, too. No, really. Getting started on the mocha right now. Is this game targeting you? Yes. Which is why you should make sure to wishlist Coffee Buns on Steam and check out the itch.io page pinned at the top of chat. I grab the closest portafilter and rinse it under some hot water before placing it under the grinder. You sure about that? I could help you with the caramel swirls if you need. No, totally fine. Because when it comes to swirls, I know you. Mr. Bianco's swirls are the best this cafe has to offer. Chat, can I see your best swirls in chat? Can you hit me with your favorite swirl emotes? Personally, I think mine... Oh, they don't have it. I really like the one that's very clearly just a Hypno Kink smiley that got added in a few gens back. Ooh, Hurricane, Cyclone, that was a good one. Ash effects and a fronted frown. Wow, the truth comes out, I guess. Fuck yeah. My swirls are the best in the entire state. Step the fuck up, or fuck off, Ashley. I've been having a day. So, I can entrust the store to you two while I take care of some phone calls? Ash returns to preparing her drink and I press down on the grounds with my tamper. Ooh, Helix Fossil, that's another good one. Never got why it was called a Helix Fossil when it's clearly just a spiral. Sure, me and Bean have things all covered, don't we? Get the impression we'll be shagging both of these ladies before the full playthrough is done. I don't know where you could have possibly gotten such an idea, Zira. We also, it looks like, are gonna have ads soon. So during the ads, I'm probably just gonna pause for a little bit, do some vamping, because while I'm gonna post this, you know, to YouTube anyway, I want to still make sure that everyone watching it live, you know, doesn't miss out on things. Yeah, all good. She stands there, wondering if there's any more managerial guidance she's justified in providing. Then I will leave awakenings in your capable hands. Oh, and there's the ad break. Boss is married. Her husband is a very lucky man. That's true. You're doing a little dance, Tyrus? Well, thank you for the continued support. I appreciate it. I'll shag your lady, the brat in you says. So you say that, Tyrus, but I don't think you've ever been brave enough about your bratting. I feel like, push comes to shove, you stand down more often than you come to attention, you know what I mean? Just because there is a goalie doesn't mean you can't score. Yeah, you can say that, but again, come on. I don't know about that, B. I mean... B, I'm in public, You're watching this in public? Well, there's your first problem. And that's true, Fusion. I can only speak from personal experience.
Is that a mother fluffing hype train?
Oh shit.
Let's go.
Oh, thank y'all. I was not expecting there to be a hype train, much less one right in the middle of ads. Uh, thank you. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I guess I could technically hit up the hype mode button, but it feels like I'm trying to be a little more professional here. It's very sim. No, Zira. I'm not going to endorse murder on this promo video that I'm cutting for my friends who developed the game. For legal reasons, Cinnamon Switch Studios does not endorse murdering people so you can have sex with their widow/widowers. What if we just trap the husband in a timeless Tyrus. Again, I feel like you're just not prepared to follow through on things. That's Paradox Interactive, not Cinnamon Switch. Very true. Alright, and we are back. I don't even have to look up to hear her footsteps fade into the back room as I tighten the portafilter on the ground head, or on the group head. The espresso machine buzzes as I wait for it to produce a shot. She's right, though. I do make better swirls. Ash clanks the pitcher of milk on the counter. Is set on all sides today. Candace, order's ready. A woman approaches and grabs her drink. She rushes a goodbye from her lips and herself out the door, leaving me, Ash, the wolf, and an older man pecking at a laptop as the only people present. I keep an ear towards the door as I pour the espresso into a blender with milk, chocolate sauce, and a brisk pump of caramel syrup. If today's anything like the last few, I don't need to bother. The pre-work rush of commuters you'd hope to frequent a coffee shop has dried up to a trickle. It's forced Ash and I to get creative in finding ways to look busy during downtime. Oh, I feel like you really improved the Foley in this one. A very good, distinct plopping noise. The whirring of the blender can't quite overpower the sound of a motor scooter stopping in front of the shop and a click-clacking of footsteps distinct from bosses. Or rather, poof steps. Oh! Did she have a bird's nest in her antler? Well, I mean, that's not a reindeer. So I feel like it's safe to assume, you know, trans? That's what I'm gathering from here. Obviously, hair game recognize hair game. Morning, Leo! Got your order here. Hey, Naomi. You can set them over next to Ash. She's not doing anything right now. She's a friend of Celeste. I would love if Friend of Celeste became the modern trans equivalent of Friend of Dorothy. She could shoot me a dirtier look if she wanted to, but she knows it's the truth. She's renting out the space in her antlers? Oh. So you're saying if I enhance this, that we'll see, I don't know, a tiny little Brazilian mouse woman living in her antlers? Because that would be a pretty fun Easter egg. Naomi drops off 3 boxes of pastries on the counter.
Great job, everyone.
Thank you again for the hype train, y'all. First day of the reduced order for you. Yeah, thanks. Hopefully we don't have too much excess now.
I don't know. The free unsold pastries are probably the second best thing about working at the cafe. Nice looking swirls, by the way.
Fuck yeah, you know it. God, I'm so good at swirling. I turn behind me as I take a break from meticulously applying a spiral of caramel to the interior of a takeout cup. Oh, I appreciate the rosy little blush. Ash rolls her eyes and lets her wrists flop dramatically at her side. Why can't I do the mega eat? Because we have company over. I had to make the house nice and fancy, you know? I gotta make sure that everything looks nice, since this is gonna actually be posted places. I mean, you're welcome to waste your channel points, but I'm not bringing that software up. Alright. I do actually have a glass of tea here, so that will make this a little easier. I am just a little creature. I cannot help this. Tyrus, no, this is Cinnamon Switch Studio. This isn't freaking... Oh gosh, what was that company's name? Y'all know the ones. They're like... FromSoft? No. The visual novel one. The one that made the whole... Telltale. It's not Telltale. You got a floor shift today?
Nah, just...
Nah. I think we gotta hone in on a voice here.
Nah, just deliveries today. I should be able to make drinks tonight with you and Roman.
I'd have forgotten the plan to head to Roman's place of work and see how much we could get away with distracting him from customers who aren't his friends. Like all social obligations, I put more than a little thought into how much I could get away with heading home instead. I'm feeling more sociable than usual, so I'm almost positive I'll go. Yeah, I should be able to see you there. Any more deliveries after us?
No. Hope you don't mind me bringing yours last.
I look around at the nearly empty shop as I top the mocha with whipped cream. I think we'll manage. Maku, order's ready. Here she go. The wolf shuffles over without lifting her eyes from her phone and grabs her drink before heading out the door.
Actually, I came here last because I have something to tell your boss. Is she available right now?
Oh, she's taking some phone calls right now.
Oh, I'll just wait out here then.
No need. She cups her hand over her mouth. Boss! Someone wants to talk to you! Had to lean back from the mic, hopefully that wasn't too loud still. Can I also say, I really like the character detail of Naomi having the broken antler. I don't know if this is a characterization that's gonna hold through the game, but first impression, she gives me the vibe of a dojiko. Like one of those girls where they're kinda clumsy, but that's sort of one of their charm points. Also, how do fit helmet around antlers? Surely she has to wear a helmet if she's going to drive safely on her scooter. Many such questions. Listen? I'm listening. Go on. Didn't even worry about it. Oh, that's alright. I will accept the heavy burden of worrying about it instead. I'm on the phone, Miss Blumenthal.
It's Naomi!
A chair scrapes along the floor and papers flutter out of a folder as the boss emerges from the back room, smoothing out her sweater and hair. Ah, yes, Miss Reeves. Thank you for coming to see me.
My pleasure.
If you wouldn't mind accompanying me to my office so we could continue discussing the matter we were discussing.
Yeah, of course.
Their clacks mingle together as they disappear into the back office. Another question for you. What kind of music does Mithril Vixen produce? The font to me is saying sort of like a mix of 80s arena rock and maybe some hair or glam metal. Gothic metal? Okay, I would not have guessed that from the font. But fair enough, I'm sure we'll end up going to a concert of theirs or something like that. Ash and I turn towards each other with matching raised eyebrows. Oh, what was that about? Beats me. You don't know? She's your friend. She hasn't mentioned one thing to me. She turns toward the office and scratches near the piercing in her eyebrow with the back of her thumb. Is she gonna hire Naomi or something? Sorta doubt we're in much of a position to hire new baristas. Plus, I can't imagine her dropping her current job. Well, that's a relief. Relief? You mean relief? I really don't think I need to have her as a coworker. She strikes me as the type who's like really clumsy but super cutesy about it, like she'd go ecto bleh, but like unironically. Well, hey, Naomi's nice. Yeah, exactly. She narrows her eyes at the muffled conversation leaking through the walls. Also, I'm sure that people have already said this, but with the eye makeup and the hair, was it intended to be evoking Ember from Danny Phantom, or was that just a happy accident? Evanescence is considered goth metal? Huh. Chipper. She says it like Naomi showed up to a wedding in white. Yeah, she's got a positive attitude. I could use some of that. Just don't spend all your time talking about your schoolyard crushes if she gets hired here. Bring to the wiki here on it. Huh, sure. That won't be an issue. Yeah, that's why the tea turns Leo into a ghost. I mean, look. Maybe, have you considered that's just what happens when you mix a toxic chemical in your kimono tea? You don't technically die, you just do a ghost TF. The only thing you know about Danny Phantom is the Dragon TF episode and the theme song. That's fair. I mean, the theme song kind of says everything you need to know about it. We hear the door open and Naomi clop her way out. I mean, just from first impressions and character designs, Naomi is definitely one of my favorites. And I'm not saying that just because we're both at least part deer and trans and have big floofy hair. Yo, Gabba Gabba, he was just 14.
Hey, gotta get back to the bistro, but I'll see you two later, okay? Really excited to share what we were talking about.
She shakes little elated fists in front of her while her literal doe eyes sparkle with excitement. I don't have time to respond before she's already back on her moped, puttering away. Ash gestures towards the door as if to rest her case. I sigh and unscrew the top of the creamer pitchers at the pickup counter to check their levels. They're just as full as the last time I checked, but I have to keep myself busy somehow. Oh jeez. Boss forgot to pay the power bill again. The slow trickle of customers helps somewhat, but I keep finding myself dusting the tops of the espresso machine and scrubbing the inside of the sink. I should really scrub the sink in our sometime soon. Cold brews sit awaiting prospective customers, and our cup sleeves maintain their unrivaled streak of remaining neatly straightened in their dispenser. Her decision to cut back on the pastries turns out to be the correct one, and we get close to selling out by the time we close. We actually sell more than we usually do. A paltry amount of pastries in the case probably does a lot to convince customers to grab one before they're completely exhausted. There's only 3 left for Ash and I to split as we approach closing time. Oh. Oh. I remember you from that performance. Zoe, Katie, I have to ask. Is this the guy that I'm gonna be using? Is this the guy that I'm gonna be using my Gavin voice for? His first impression is he looks like he's tall, broad-shouldered, and doesn't have much going on in his head. And that sounds like a prime fit. Even broier? Zoe, I just had dinner. I don't know if I can eat this fantastic meal that you're setting out for me, but I will try. I'm already whisking a splash of espresso into a few spoonfuls of sugar in anticipation of my typical last order of the day when Roman walks in. Kronk at the beach. Oh gosh.
Leo, my man!
He strides in and clanks down a mug that matches the one I'm still fervently stirring. Hey, Roman. Cortadito's not quite finished.
That just makes it fresher once it's done, bro.
Ash grabs the mug he set down and rolls her eyes before tossing it in the sink with the rest of the end-of-day dishes. I put another splash of espresso in the mug and whisk again before pulling the spoon out and letting the mixture drip down to confirm the sugar's totally dissolved. Okay, so how is that one, do you think? Should I be putting more of my pussy into it? It's finally ready for the rest of the coffee, which I pour in and give a few gentle stirs. Gosh, if I had $1 for every time I was playing a visual novel dating sim with a trans character who's an expert in coffee, it would only be $2, but I'm glad that it happened twice. Don't risk your pussy? Okay, that's fair. I don't even have one yet.
So, am I gonna see you tonight at Murph's?
I steam the last milk of the day in a pitcher. Yeah, Naomi's coming too, remember? Roman leans back and stares past the menu board behind me.
Oh, today is...
He snaps the fingers of his left hand, the one with the prominent watched hand. Saturday. Today's Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday, right. Alright. Yeah, totally. I'll see you both at the bar.
I pour the steamed milk into the mug, slowing down to let the last fourth or so to float to the bottom. Sorry, to float on top. There I saw bottom. I let the last few drops taper off in size to make a simple pattern on top and hand him the mug. Is that biblically accurate, B? No. This is just what happens when I drink the tea that make you a furry, or rather, the tea that make you more of a furry. Your usual, sir. He takes the mug and lifts it up.
Salute, bro! On fucking pie!
He tilts back his first sip before lowering the mug and sucking a breath between his teeth.
Oh, yeah. That's the stuff.
He pulls out $2 bills.
One for the maestro,
He puts one in the tip jar.
and one for the ineffable Ash.
I swear to God, if he tries to effable me, I keep telling him, I'm not effable. People have tried to F me. It's impossible. He drops in the second bill. Ash doesn't look up from the dishes. Thanks, Roman. Don't let those bachelorette parties push you around.
Not a chance.
His tab will be tallied at the end of the month, so there's nothing more he has to do beside wave from the exit.
See you in a bit. I'll have your drink ready, bud.
I wave back as the door closes behind him. I appreciate Roman already. He feels like the kind of guy that I could just get a drink with and then have my anus absolutely demolished by. You know, carefully, with foreplay and such, but still. When I turn around, Ash's face is already inches away from me. You gonna go with your boyfriend? You promise Ash is effable, unlike Boss. Sure. Jesus! And we're roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. Did the music cut out? That's a little weird. So while I was AFK and you changed voices, you thought Gavin showed up. Good. I'm not sure why the music stopped, though. That's a little strange. It's not the 60s. You don't have to say you're roommates, or confirmed bachelors, or pansies, or Oscar Wildes, or friends of Dorothy. Unfortunately, I'm straight. I'm sorry. Knowing what I know about Leo, I couldn't say that with a straight face. Did I press 3? Oh! I didn't know that was a hotkey. Good to know. Chat. Remember this for later. Because we are going to demolish this idea. And fortunately for the women of New Greenshire, so's Roman. Closet AF. Yeah. I mean, I guess it makes for a nice contrast. Like, the main the trans women of Mice Tea, you have Sylvie, where she's just very straightforward and open about it. And you have Felicia, who, you know, yeah, she is closeted, but she also comes out pretty easily, so having sort of like a spiky egg makes sense as contrast, you know? At least that's what I figure. She turns back to the dishes. Give it time. I sigh and roll up my sleeves a little more to join her at the sink. She brushes me away. Now, seriously, catch up with your little friends. Aw, chat, she does care. I lean up straight. Wait, you're sure? Yeah, just leave me to the pastries. The tea-chip scone and the... oh boy. I'm assuming this is... Portuguese? Pau de Quillo? De Quijo? Pau de Quijo. I assume it's Pau de Quijo. Okay. Pau de Quejo. Quejo, okay. Oh, Pon de Queso. De queso. Okay, I get it. Yeah, just leave me two of the pastries. The tea-chip scone and the pan de queso. The generosity of her offer is the only thing preventing me from being disappointed. The pan de queso is the best thing they serve at Naomi's place. Okay, if you're sure. Very sure. I'll tell boss. I pause, wondering if there is a second ulterior motive behind the pastries. With none springing to mind, I remove my name tag and throw it in a drawer. This might be a tiny typo for you that I noticed. I remove my name tag and throw in a drawer. I assume that's supposed to be throw it in a drawer? Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Sure. I grab my bag and unplug my phone from the charger under the counter before heading out. There's no way she can see my wave as I pass through the door, but she tilts her head up as I do. Wait a second. Is this the same background CG from the first game? I would swear that I remember seeing Estrella before. It's still you bet your ass it is. Hell yeah. Love seeing some familiar sights. No, it's world building, Tyrus. It's a shared universe. It's still sunny outside as I step into the late afternoon air. There are a couple of bars that are closer and nicer than Murph and Murphy's, but it's the one Roman works at, so it's rare I go anywhere else. I have the luxury of time, so I take the more scenic route that passes by a few more shops, including Naomi's place of work, as busy as it always is. It's summer this time? Ah, I see. A few of the store windows are always worth a second glance, and I pause in front of a few to see if anything's new. I swear to God, if I click through this and there's a CG of Leo staring melancholically through the window at clothing or something, I am going to scream. One is worth stopping for. Fucking knew it! Fucking damn it, I knew it! Knew this would happen! Ah! Alright. Yeah, I'm fine. My partner heard. There's a women's boutique that tends to have the most eye-catching collection of any store in the city, at least among the ones I'm aware of. I've never been inside, but tonight's not the first time I've stopped. Yeah, agreed, Fusion. God, this is such a devastating stage of egghood, too. Like, being so close where you're almost starting to question things, and you're at the point where you're confronted with the possibility of not just imagining in the abstract someone wearing these, maybe even someone with a body like yours wearing things, but when you start specifically being able to imagine yourself as yourself in this experience is. There's nothing quite like it when it comes to really just confronting denial. A half dozen white, featureless mannequins stand behind a plate glass window, each dressed in what must be the season's new collection. 3 immediately catch my eye. A dramatic, off-shoulder gown in emerald green. Sorry. A dramatic off-shoulder gown in emerald green satin wraps only one arm in a sleeve, creating a suspenseful, asymmetric impression. A black midi dress gosh, I'm really tripping over things. A black midi dress drapes an outer sheath of interlocked leaf-like shapes around a plain body-contouring tube, extending out to the calf and shoulders to create a texture and contrast against the skin. So that's what that is. I see. I kind of thought it was like a more of like a crochet or a knit kind of dealie, but that's cool. But somehow what catches my attention most is simple red cocktail A-line dress with a V-neck. It's definitely the least adventurous item on display, but it's a simple, classic quality that draws my eye. I know I can't tarry long. The sidewalk is only so wide and people will have to walk around me. The opinions these strangers could generate about a spindly guy ogling dresses is enough to keep my time brief. My appreciation for women's fashion has been a source of frustration since high school. It seemed like the most natural thing in the world at the time. Why wouldn't a guy like a woman dressed in nice clothes? But every time I brought it up, the conversation never went how I hoped. Guys quickly moved on to imagining a girl out of fixated on how clothing emphasized the body underneath. Attempting to steer the conversation back to the way the actual clothes looked was always met with suspicion, whether I got accused of being gay and or wanting to dress in the clothes myself. I'd like to tell you I was mature enough that such taunting didn't affect me, but you were a teenager too at one point. Eventually, I stopped bringing it up. Even among girlfriends, I tried to play it cool. Oh, I'd wager if you polled them, they'd say I gave them more compliments on their outfits than most of their boyfriends. Not that that did enough to keep me from being single at the moment. But beautiful women wearing beautiful clothes is beautiful. It's the most obvious fucking statement in the world, but one that I feel I can't express out loud without attracting skepticism. Oh God. Ugh. Okay, so, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, excellent job. It really captures the absolute... Eggs still hard-boiled and... Second of all, great job. It absolutely captures the breathtaking, mundane ways that dysphoria and the want for gender expresses itself. I am in this picture and I am uncomfortable with the mortifying ordeal of being known, and yet you force me to be known. God, this shot, though, is so good. Any more lingering might look suspicious, so I only stay a moment more. Still a few more blocks before Murph and Murphy's. I don't pause at any more shops along the way. It's too early for the bar to be crowded, but Naomi's antlers would have let me pick her out of any crowd. We chose to play as Chris in Pokemon Crystal because it was the first time anyone asked me if I was a boy or a girl.
Go back to normal.
I can appreciate that, Fusion. For me, I think that was Pokemon Platinum? Yes, Pokemon Platinum. Except for that one time I went to meet her at a ramen shop and sat down across from a buck who was in the middle of his meal. With more furries in town, I need to be a little more careful when recognizing her.
Leo, over here.
Maybe she too knows I don't need the help, but she's not one to miss the opportunity for a cheerful greeting. I take the stool next to her. Well, Zira, you'll just have to play the game, but a little shrimpy told me that Naomi is one of the routes. If said little shrimpy is to be believed. Hey, Blitzen. Naomi giggles into her half-finished bee's knees and shoves my shoulder. He lets me get away with too many of those. What's the occasional little friendly microaggression between queer people, right? What's in a bee's knees too, by the way? I'm curious now. I assume there's meat in it. That's where the bees part comes from, but I got no clue beyond that. Roman appears from the other side of the bar with a towel over his shoulder. I mean, I'm not gonna say one way or another, Zira, but she is a female deer with antlers, and this is definitely not a reindeer.
Hey, you're early! I don't have your drink ready. You're making me look bad, bro.
Ash told me she'd close up herself.
Nice! Let me get you your drink, though.
He pulls out a tumbler and flicks a large block of ice to make it spin around the glass wall.
She is such a sweetie. Don't tell her I said that, though.
Ash's appraisal of Naomi is still fresh in my mind. I promise I won't. Roman stirs gin, Campari, and vermouth in a second ice-filled glass.
So, think you'll, invite her here for one of these nights?
Like, for friend drinks? He strains the drink into its glass.
Yeah, If you think she'd like to come, I don't know if she's like the drinking type.
I grimace. I hamburglar. I don't know, she's kinda got her own thing going on. Roman twists an orange peel over the Negroni and drops it in. He slides the drink towards me.
Your usual, my good man.
I take the glass and lift it up. Salute. Naomi has just enough left in her cocktail to clink her glass and cheers.
If you ever do, just like let us know, and we can totally wingman for you.
I almost spit out my first sip.
What?
Oh yeah, we'll totally hype you up.
I'm not looking to date Ash. We've already worked together for over 3 years, you know, right?
That just means you know her really well. Way better basis to start a relationship when you know what she's into.
I'm very aware of what she's into, and that definitely does not include me. She's into, women, femmes, goths, femmes, ladies, girls, punks, metalheads, women.
What kind of girl wouldn't want a dude like you?
Okay, I am being interrogated right now? You're the one that should be getting grilled. What the hell were you talking to my boss about? Yes, she's a Lebanese. Naomi circles one of her keratin-tipped fingers around the edge of her coupe glass. I mean, don't we all have keratin-tipped fingers? Like, that's what your nails are made of.
Oh, I'll never tell.
Furries always look extra smug when they smirk. Even more tipped? You know, I was curious to ask how hoof fingers work. Like, at what point do the fingy end and the hoof begin? Or is it like a tiny complete hoof on each and every one of her fingers? Because that would frankly be terrible, and I hope you would never think to do that. Furries always look extra smug when they smirk. It's probably all the extra nose they have to turn up.
Okay, what happens?
Naomi was skulking around in the back office with my boss today. Then she was all coy about some surprise they were preparing together or something. Are hoof thingies capacitive? They are not, which is a translator. What's capacitive? This is not a word in my lexicon.
Okay, well, what were you two talking about?
Look, I don't like you more than Leo, and you are terrible at remembering to keep things in confidence.
1 in 10,000 does have antlers from high testosterone levels or intersex conditions.
Huh.
I guess to me, I'm imagining the way this works is sort of akin to like how some, you know, how like when you transition as a trans person, there are different levels of what transition means. Like I imagine for some trans deer furries in this setting, that might mean getting rid of the antlers. For others, they might decide to keep the antlers, stuff like that. capacitive screens need some... Oh, I see, I see. Oh, electrical capacity. Hmm. So desu ne. She snaps her fingers.
Water. Sparkling. You're not getting any secrets out of me.
Roman scoops some ice into a pint glass and shoots some club soda out of the bar gun. That's why some... Oh! I didn't know that it was metal thread that made it do that. That's cool.
Come on! Can't you whisper it to me? Like, pretty please.
She snatches the glass from him and brings the straw to her lips.
No way. And you're gonna find out tomorrow, so stop being so impatient.
Are you gonna start working for us or something?
Oh god, no. I am way too busy at Barlow's. Ah!
Okay. So, does this mean that we're going to get to see? Or does this mean that we're going to get to see any of the Mice Tea cast? Like, just happening by the workplace of Barlow's? Because that would be pretty fantastic. Oh, Fusion, you didn't know? It is canon post-game that all of the romance routes in Margaret from Mice Tea are in a polycule, yeah. Boss putting you through the rat race? Oh, come on, Leo. She's a mouse, first of all, not a rat. Oh, this is how I know she's trans. This is how I know she's trans, because we're sharing the same brain cell. Yeah, Zira, it is. It's canon that they're all a polycule.
First of all, she's a mouse. And we're just really busy. We also started up a lot of distribution deals with companies around town who are using the tea for, like, excursions.
What kind of excursions? Are we talking, like, team building workshops, or are we talking, like, eyes wide shut stuff? Okay, so, wait, is Shinji here? What? What? Oh? What do you mean by that? Oh. Yeah, no, Casey's not here today, which is probably for the best, because if I did know that Casey was actively watching this, I would probably be fumbling the bag with my speech even more than I normally do. Like I was saying, it has been quite a while since I have had the kind of intense, acute anxiety that only comes with a senpai of some form noticing me, you know? Yeah, PAX East.
Like, I think one is for flying lessons. We turn the customers into birds, and then some guide throws them in a bus, and they go out to a field and learn how to get airborne.
Ooh, sounds like you would need, like, a lot of waivers. And maybe, I don't know, like, some guy who sounds suspiciously like me, who's experienced with flying? It's a weirdly suspicious kind of guy, but, like, huh.
You thought the plan stopped as a guide throws them. Oh, God.
Hasn't stopped people yet. But there's like a mountain goat one where you go rock climbing,
I'm sorry, I know that mountain goats are animals, but I just read Mountain Goat 1, and my first thought was, I'm gonna make it through this year if it kills me. It's like, there's a Mountain Goat one, you drink the tea, become a furry, and then you just start getting really good at singing music.
There's a mountain goat one where you go rock climbing, and one where you turn into the same animal as your pet so you can talk with them.
Bro, man, I wonder when I'm gonna get around to having some of that tea. I mean, have you seen my gains? I don't need to be on any higher doses of tea. But some of that tea sounds pretty dope.
Whenever you show up.
Oh, yeah, but then I feel like I'd have to make the most of it. Like, it's not worth it unless I take a long weekend to do all the, Animorph stuff. And I don't even know what I'd turn into, so I could not schedule what kind of stuff I'd want to do.
Just take some and find out. You'll just turn back the next morning. You don't have to make a big deal out of changing your first time.
You did totally rearrange your life after having the tea for the first time.
Well, I did. Not everyone has to go full buck into it.
Well, I was trying to make, like, a buck naked joke work, but, like, there was an attempt.
Well, I did. Not everybody has to go full-time like me.
Buck wild. Ah, see, there was right there.
I remember the day Naomi came back from Barlow's with the new body and name to match.
God damn, girl! You're telling me that they've gotten name-changing procedures down to a day? Shit, okay. The tea that changes your name instantly. Right? Like, that's crazy fast with the kind of bureaucratic hoops you have to jump through. I remember the day Naomi came back from Barlow's with a new body and a name to match. Getting used to living with an anthropomorphic doe was a lot to take in, especially all the new hygiene products. I also had this, like, weird low-key feeling of envy every time I looked at her that I was never really able to figure out, but it's probably nothing. Looking back, I probably became more standoffish than necessary at such a big upheaval. Then again, that's not out of character for me, and she was having too much fun to give it much notice. Fortunately, she started making enough to upgrade her to her own place, and Roman moved into her room. We're better friends now than we were as roommates, which is probably typical of most people.
I do wonder what I'd turn into, though.
Otter.
Naomi crunches some ice between her teeth. Roman stops wiping the glass he was trying.
Really?
Yup, Otter.
Roman is a natural at looking confused.
How do you...
Well, your other job is as a lifeguard. You're tall and lean and masculine, you're romantic, and you're a big goofy doofus. Total Otter material.
Now, I know that he does end up being an otter, but I feel like it would have been kind of funny if he had just ended up being, I don't know, like a diving beetle or something.
Oh. I guess I need to do some soul searching. Huh. I never had an assigned persona before. Oh. Guess I'll do it before the summer's over so I can get some swimming in.
The fur will keep you warm. You'll have the whole beach to yourself in the winter.
I raise an eyebrow at Naomi.
Do you know what everyone's going to turn into?
Well, I know that he's an otter, and I know that you're a rabbit. Almost always. Sometimes it's really easy.
Oh, well, what would Leo turn into?
I literally just fucking said it. Leo would be a rabbit.
Naomi turns and looks down her snout at me. I gulp.
Ooh.
She turns away and snaps before pointing at her glass for Roman to refill.
I've got some theories, but none I'm confident enough in to say.
I'm simultaneously relieved and disappointed.
You lived with him for like 2 years. You seriously can't tell after that long?
Leonardo here is a tough nut to crack. Silent types can be more difficult.
Now, his brothers, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Donatello, they were like open and shut. I realize it's been forever since I've taken a sip of my cocktail. The ice has diluted the Negroni a touch. Yeah, I'm, very, aloof. Mysterious. They both just laugh.
Totally, bro.
Our night of drinking doesn't last much longer. We can only get away with talking when it's early in Roman's shift, and eventually the bar fills up with regular customers. Naomi and I both have shifts that give us embarrassingly early bedtimes, so we each head home while it's still light out. She gives me a hug goodbye and a wink before telling me she'll see me. Subway ride home is even shorter from Murph and Murphy's, and I walk the 5 flights to my apartment. Ooh, okay. I flick on the light and toss my keys onto the kitchen counter. A few of the mugs Roman neglected to bring back to Awakenings are scattered on top. I'll see if I remember to bring them back tomorrow. The nice thing about Roman and I working on opposite sides of the beverage service industry coin is that we each have the apartment to ourselves nearly all the time. I'm asleep by the time he gets back, and I leave before he's up. If he didn't leave some of his stuff out, it would be hard to tell I lived with someone at all. Which means I'm left all alone to indulge in my incredibly intrusive hobby of knitting. I throw some cooking shows on the TV for background. I continue the hat I'd started yesterday. It won't be relevant for a couple months, but there aren't a lot of warm weather items to knit. Okay, very important question for Zoe and KD while we're in the ad break, and no, not everyone can see the stream anyway. What would Guy Fieri's T persona be? I know that in this universe, Guy Fieri had to have tried this by now. So the question is, what is Guy Fieri's T-assigned persona? Oh, stream cut off at Guy Fieri. How mysterious. But I'm really enjoying this so far, and we've like barely gotten into it, you know? This is the universe where Guy Fieri looks like a normal-ass AD. You didn't tell me that we were living in one of the bad timelines. What do you mean he looks like a normal-ass dude? Oh my gosh, this can't be happening. Not like this. Oof. Sacrificed his style for the rest of the furries. Oh no. Now I'm just imagining crucified Guy Fieri dying for furries' sins. Think he'd be a bore. that wears flame shirts and Embor. I guess that's possible. But while I'm taking a little break to take a little sip, I've got to ask, is anyone else watching the social media trend of Bulbasaur as this really perky and upbeat Gyaru? Because I'm kind of loving it. Like, I don't know what was lost in translation that we don't have this in the English release, but I love the idea. You've seen the really milfy Venusaur mommies? Katie is also in the MILF Venusaur camp. I see, I see. Hopefully I'll find someone to take it by the time fall rolls around. I'm running short on family and friends to gift them to. Maybe I'll even get around to figuring out a way to sell them. The idea doesn't excite me much. I'm dubious about the idea of turning my hobby into a way to make money. It's a mood. Maybe clothing drives don't mind when people drop off handmade stuff. My precious few free hours while away as the hat proceeds from 1/3 done to 2/3 done. I can make a beanie in one evening at this point, but I'm trying to increase the complexity of my patterns. There's the remains of a big pot of vegetarian Thai curry I made a few nights ago, which goes down as quickly as it takes to heat up. I appreciate my sleep, and there's not much tempting me to stay up, so I head to my bedroom as the sun sets. I pause in front of my bed. You got pulled away for a bit if you asked any questions. Yes, my question was, what is Guy Fieri's T-assigned persona? Oh no. Oh. We're doing the dysphoric staring at yourself in the mirror while not being able to put a finger on why you're so uncomfortable staring at yourself in a mirror thing, aren't we? I'm Badger. Okay, now that I could see. Yeah, the way Badger's fur is colored, that does kind of look like bleached tips, frosted tips. That's it. That would work. I'm not in the habit of checking myself out in the mirror, but I'm compelled to notice my body for the first time in a while. I really wish I didn't. It's probably what Naomi said. The fact that she was able to so confidently project what Roman would turn into gave me pause. Oh no, the tea is going to give you pause. This is giving you rumination. He's got such an obviously specific and admirable figure. Looks exactly what you'd expect a beach lifeguard to look like. Gets all the attention that elicits. Meanwhile, I'm normal. Now, come on, Leo. Your hair is like so platinum blonde, it's like a natural white. That's not normal. That's something. You could have been the white-haired pretty boy if you didn't have gender dysphoria. I mean, I don't think I'm perfectly average in every respect. I'm skinnier than most. Got a pretty distinct hair color. My face was never the thing keeping me from getting dates. It's just nothing to latch on to. No characteristics striking enough to take note of. Sometimes I feel like I'm just sort of a big blank slate. Maybe that's why Naomi couldn't figure out what I'd turn into. It's nothing interesting enough about me to pin some kind of appraisal on. Getting melancholy again, dude. Just get out of the apartment next time you have a day off. Go to the beach or something. It's not guaranteed to work, but feels better to have a plan. I flip off the lights and slip into my bed, holding the sheets down to my waist to keep myself cool. My ability to ignore dinner time traffic outside is unmatched, and I fall asleep after only a little bit more stewing in my thoughts. Hey, Leo. Stop that now. And finally, 99 minutes into stream, I actually get to day 2. It might be like more than one stream worth game at this rate. I wake up earlier than necessary. My sleep wasn't any better or worse than usual, but I wake up well before my alarm or the sunrise. I know I won't fall back asleep, and it wouldn't do me any good, so I slide out of bed. Hey, Ornix. It's a useful habit I've developed to wake up early when circumstances call for it. I've never missed a train or plane, no matter how early it is, even if I do oversleep on days off. Something must have told me I needed to be up early, and that something is waiting for me in the form of a text from boss that came in an hour ago. I have not. May I request your presence at the cafe half an hour early today, please? Overtime included. I had a feeling this was coming. Naomi said her surprise was coming today, and it was a coin flip whether it would be before or after work. Ooh. Sounded more like a typewriter. That's kind of neat. There's no way I'm turning down overtime, so I tap out a response while feeling some guilt that's not nearly as formal in my text. Not that she's ever complained. Like with most of her managerial style, I think she writes like that for herself. Can I also just say, AD Zoe, I really appreciate how brave you are using one of Konami's most famous IPs and just taking one of their characters for this cast. I don't know at what point Boss is going to teach us the basics of CQC, but I'm really looking forwards to it. I take my usual level of care to remain quiet during my morning routine to avoid rousing Roman, which is basically none at all. He's a remarkably sound sleeper, and even after he wakes up, he barely knows what's going on for an hour. When you work at a coffee shop with free access to yesterday's pastries, there's not much to do before heading out the door. I don't even need to grab a coat as I get out and lock the door behind me. It's just a 20-minute train ride and my usual walk before I'm standing in front of the shop. Naomi's Barlow-themed scooter is already parked in front. Barlow-themed scooter? How does that work? Like, is it mouse and tea and book-shaped? Hey, Bean. Ash approaches from around the opposite corner with her hands stuffed deep in her jacket pockets. Morning. Boss called you in early for overtime? Yep. Figured she's gonna reveal whatever she and Naomi were talking about. It's just got a matching paint job and logos. Arimas. I figured too. Looking forward to it? She's the basic bitch of CQC. You should take a second look at that. Which part? The mention of the scooter? Not as much as I am to the overtime. Yeah, me too. Who knows? I might need it if whatever scheme they hatch doesn't save the cafe. Her sentiment is too blunt for me to respond right away, but it's not one I disagree with. Yeah, me too. Man, you ever think she wishes she had employees who are less pessimistic than us? I bet she wishes a lot of things were different about the cafe. She grabs the door handle and yanks it open, trusting I'll slip in behind her. When we enter, our boss is already standing next to the counter with Naomi, cheerfully demonstrating just how much better she is at being a morning person, despite the fact we all work the urgent shift. You've drawn her scooter, you forgot to put a logo on it? Oh, well, you're welcome for reminding you. Also, what's the band name on Ash's crop top here? Miss Blumenthal, Mr. Bianco, thank you so much for coming in early today. No problem. Yeah, happy to, help. Hey guys! She waves and smiles, her big, long doe lashes curl up as her eyes shut into crescents. I don't look over to see Ash's eyes roll, but I can imagine them just fine. So, as you might have guessed, this is concerning the appointment I had with Miss Reeves the other day. She has offered to help us with a pilot venture for the shop. Would you like to tell them yourself? Oh yeah, sure. She turns to both of us. So, I was talking with the other members at the other co-op members at Barlow's. Lacrimators? Oh, interesting. And we've got a little bit of excess inventory that we were gonna figure out what to do with. And they, of course, know you lowered your order recently, and they like you as one of their pastry clients. And I put in a good word for you, of course. This time I do turn my head to see Ash roll her eyes. Oh, is that... Oh... I recognized lacrima from lacrimosa, but I'd never heard the technical term for that before. Neat. Also very appropriate, given what her animal ends up being. And so, after asking your boss what she thought, I got permission to bring along the surprise, and, well, we're offering your shop some of the kimono tea. She delivers it like an applause line, which just makes the silence afterward all the more heavy. Like, to sell? No, Miss Reeves' employer doesn't have nearly that amount of excess inventory, and the suppliers can't keep up with demand and aren't taking on new clients. This would strictly be for employees. Following silence is even longer. So, we drink it? If you'd like to take advantage of the opportunity, yes. Ash and I turn towards each other, confused. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? So, we just, transform every time we work? Oh man, I didn't think I would have some sort of awakening at this coffee shop of all places. Yeah, exactly. Ash scratches her head. I mean, I guess I've been curious about trying the tea. But what's the, reason? Well, as you know, business has been quite slow recently. I'd hoped the Turkish coffee service on Sundays would be a compelling differentiator, but that's had less of an impact than I'd hoped, and I can't be serving more than one day a week.
Without something to set us apart from the other cafes in the vicinity, I fear Awakenings won't maintain enough business to stay viable. But there are other kimono tea shops in town. Wouldn't we be competing with them now? And they actually serve the tea. Those cafes do indeed have furry staff, but those establishments are primarily for serving the tea. We'd simply be using our furry staff as a method for getting people in the door. Our main attraction will always be the quality coffee we provide, and at a much lower price point than a full-on kimono cafe without the need for reservations.
New Greenshire is basically furry mecca in the US. Every day, 5 times a day, I have to roll out my prayer mat, make sure I'm aimed at the center of the city, and do a couple of prayers. Tons of people are gonna need a place to get a normal coffee after they hit up all the usual spots.
Now I'm just imagining once in your life going on the furry Hajj, the furry Mecca. I'm thinking too much about this.
You'll probably be getting a lot of customers who just want the fun of being served by a furry staff, but don't want to deal with the lines and stuff at our place in Brazzles.
Brazzles was the one that did the kind of like macho, big tough animal gimmick from the first game, right? Or was that a different cafe they mentioned at the end? Or different drink place they mentioned? I hadn't... Ah, it was, okay. I hadn't expected this pitch when I woke up this morning, nor how much sense it would make in its own way. So, wait, whose idea was this in the first place?
Oh, it was hers, naturally.
Ash and I narrow our eyes on our boss. So, you wanted to work after drinking the tea? Boss clears her throat. Like you, I was curious about trying some of the tea for myself. I hear it's quite helpful for improving productivity on top of its more obvious effects.
So, do you two want to try?
I look over at Ash. I'm not going to be the one to respond first, and she seems more on board with the idea anyway. Well, I was gonna give it a shot at some point. I guess this way I don't have to pay for it. Excellent. And you, Mr. Bianco? All three of them turn towards me, and my heart skips a beat. Oh, gee, is it hot in here? This is kinda sudden. There's no pressure if you don't want to. This is simply an experiment we're trying out for now. The relief I feel is colored by a subtle regret that the decision wasn't taken out of my hands. Oh my god. Not the trans desire to be changed, and also to not have to be the one to make the decision for your own bodily autonomy. God, I am being hit by just the Penchocks a lot. 30 hit combos, demolishing my knees with this. Oh.
So, you two ladies want to have some right now?
Certainly. Yeah, why not? Why are they not force-feeding me? It's almost like the writers knew. Yeah. Naomi picks up 2 thermoses that I hadn't noticed resting on the counter.
I've got 2 batches set up for you based on how far you'd like to take the transformation. There's a lot of graduation with how far you can go, but there's 2 main plateaus to reach. We call them Kimono Mimi and Anthro in the business. First usually gets you ears and a tail depending on the animal, while Anthro is the full deal, total body coverage and facial reconfiguration.
I really do have trans on the brain. I'll have the full strength. I don't want to turn out like some cutesy anime cat girl. God, can you imagine being some sort of cutesy cat girl who's probably trans or something, just dating a mouse? Gag me. In for a penny, in for a pound. Naomi nods enthusiastically and sets down one of the thermoses before grabbing 2 mugs. I appreciate that Naomi also kind of neglected to mention the tier that Margaret discovered in the previous game that happens when you just, like, butt chug a metric ton of the tea, you know?
So, you two haven't had it before, and it's usually faster for people who have gone through at least one transformation, but we've developed a brewing technique that'll jumpstart things for you.
The scent is overwhelmingly pungent the moment she unscrews the top. All of us recoil in surprise. Ash more than the rest of us. Naomi pours the tea into the mugs. Oh my god, yeah, that... What would... Huh, I'm sure that she'll mention it later on, but since the tea is meant to smell different to everyone, I'm wondering what it smells like to someone who's going to be turning into a skunk.
This should be enough to get you to Anthro without too much delay.
And this is without additives, correct?
Yep, just straight kimono. If you turn into something that's too inconvenient for work, we can try again tomorrow with something that will turn you into something predictable.
Boss takes her mug from Naomi and brings her nose to the tea, inhaling deeply. I can hear a subtle, satisfied sigh when she does. So fun fact. I believe it's specifically Cambridge, it might be Boston at large, but that is one of the only places that I know of in the US where you can get legal recognition for polyamorous partnerships. So, like, if anywhere, yeah, it would be here that they'd be able to, like, be official like that without having to tie the knot.
And for you?
Ash takes her own mug and leans over to take a sniff. Her eyebrows shoot up and she jerks her head away. So, this will be our default form?
Yep. I always recommend people start with their default transformation. It's the one that's the most you, after all. Better to play around with different forms after that, I feel.
Oh, also I just noticed she swapped out her bird's nest accessory for flowers today. So that one route doesn't end in a wedding, right? I mean, I feel like the only route I remember that had explicit scenes that were at a wedding was the Gavin route, wasn't it? Is there any particular pattern for what people turn into? Naomi closes her eyes, sets her hands on her hips, and launches into a professional and very neurotypical spiel she's clearly given several times.
Kimono tea is the only known magical substance on Earth, and as such is fairly resistant to objective study. Our attempts to establish rules are more akin to alchemy than standard science. Even so, we have noticed some broad patterns that generally hold true. The tea takes into account both one's self-conception and one's true nature, and attempts to reconcile the two in some way, even changing people's bodies in ways that don't involve the animal transformation. On top of that, one's inherited cultural connotations for animals plays a role. A cowardly American and a courageous Frenchman might each turn into a chicken based on their perception of the animal. And we can't ignore the fact that tea seems to have a bit of a sense of humor. People very often turn into animals that are related to their name.
I am kind of curious now, then. Do we have name puns the same way that we had in the first one with this cast of characters? Like, I'm trying to think. Ashley Rosenthal doesn't... Nothing about that immediately screams skunk to me. Ash looks over at me with an annoyed expression. Oh, that's crap. He's gonna turn into a lion and think he's hot shit. I hold up my hands in defense.
Hey, I don't know what I'm going to... what I'd turn into.
Roman's surname is Del Rio. Of the river? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Personally, I prefer sea otters. I think they're a little cuter, but I can appreciate the beefy boys that live in rivers. I'm sure you'd make a very dashing lion if that's indeed what you'd be. Ash grumbles to herself. Fucking teacher's pet.
Not unless he has some tea too.
Oh, we're in CG territory now, chat. Who's ready to see some transformation sequences? This is a very famous skunk named Flower. Both Ash and our boss blow the steam wafting off their mugs, each waiting for some kind of permission to take their first sip.
So it's quicker the hotter it is, so I'd drink it as quickly as you can without hurting yourself.
The two of them clutch their mugs, steeling themselves. Well, to the success of awakenings. We know Bosses Association, but we're not telling. Right, because then you'd have to tell us what her name is. To my continued employment. They lift their mugs before pinching their eyes shut and taking their first swig. Ash pinches her eyes and crinkles her nose. Ugh. Damn. I can't believe folks line up for this stuff at your place. I mean, I guess it does what they're paying for, but fuck. Miss Blumenthal, I know there aren't any customers in the shop at the moment, but if you could watch your language, please. Sorry, it's just... ugh, this stuff smells like skunk. I mean, it's not bad, but it's definitely an acquired taste. Really? I find it quite pleasant. Naomi is once again ready for one of her canned, very neurodivergent recitations.
This is one of the tea's more distinctive attributes. Its flavor is dependent on the drinker and based on the animal of their default transformation. The tea tastes very grassy to me, as you might guess.
Interesting. I'd say mine is something of a brisk, wintry taste with pine and cedar. I don't know what mine is besides, I don't know, maybe like licorice? It's just so damn sharp. She takes another long sip as if seeing more evidence, and our boss follows suit. They only come up for air a few more moments before they empty their mugs. My, that's certainly invigorating. Yeah, I'm all hopped up. I'm all hopped up.
So my coworkers drink something a little less strong than this to start their shifts, and they'd already be transforming by now. But their bodies are already primed to change. It should start in a few minutes.
Both of them nod and remain silent as they anticipate their changes, each flitting glances at the back of their hands or their noses to catch the first evidence of the shift. From my perspective, the difference is already profound. Trying to see what they're talking about. It's not like Boss is rarely enthusiastic about things, but I've never seen a sense of giddy anticipation override her distinctly professional demeanor. And Ash, well, I don't know if I've ever seen her truly excited by anything. It doesn't suit her general vibe, and there's not a lot to get excited about during a typical shift. But there's an unmistakable rapt excitement in her eyes. It's frankly unnerving to see it on a face I'm accustomed to vacillating between a scowl and a sardonic sneer. Oh. Oh, whoa. Okay, I think something's happening. Both of them reach for their ears, intuiting or remembering that's usually the first thing to change. Okay, so I'm assuming that Boss just wears, like, pince-nez? I'm trying to give you an out, as someone who is also a furry who wears glasses with no arms. Indeed, I see a fringe of hair on either of their ears, dark gray for our Boss and black for Ash. They each trace a finger along the ridge of their ear, and half shudder, half flinch at the sensation. I wonder what would happen if you turned into an animal that didn't have ears, but you had an ear piercing of some sort. Please see helmet conversation above. Okay, so I should definitely be thinking about it a ton, and absolutely fixating on it. Got it. Goodness, that's sensitive.
Yeah, the first starts out real sensitive, but you get used to it.
We refuse to explain furry glass. I mean, I just gave you the explanation. Pince-nez, that's a kind of glasses. They don't have long to notice the changes before the next one starts. The tops of their ears look like they're pinched and pulled up. Fur grows around each of them quick enough that they don't look like elf ears stuck on the wrong way. Ash's ears stop just short of the top of her head, with a mostly round shape, while the Boss's continue higher and higher until they tower over her already voluminous hair.
Ah, okay. You'll be mammals. That usually keeps things nice and simple.
Boss prods at her ears, folding the sharp tips down over the interiors that are already so full of soft fur. Oh, what would you suppose I am?
I'd give it a little bit more time. I won't want to influence anything.
Ash cups her hands over her ears to get a better idea of their shape and circumference. I don't know what these ones are. Bear or something? Gonna redraw them all with the pince-nez from FF14 now? You're welcome. You can design a folding helmet for Naomi? Go for it. Oh. The next change might give more clues. Both of them are too involved in their ears to look at their noses as they bunch up and their nostrils flare into slits. The surface of each of them coarsens and darkens as they're pulled into two rough black nubs in the middle of their faces. Both are roughly triangular, although in harmony with their ears, Ash's is rounder. Oh, weird. I can kinda see it? She crosses her eyes and pokes at it. Our Boss is more delicate in her investigations. Ash's body pokes back as a few whiskers sprout from the base of her new nose, and she retracts her hand. She notices me watching her transformation. How's it look, Bean? Super intimidating, or what? There's no way I'd tell her just how much her ears resemble a teddy bear's. They do. Honestly, with her skin tone and all of the black, it really does kind of read as Panda Bear, too. It's really, interesting. She raises an eyebrow at me. Interesting? That's all? There's absolutely no description I could use that wouldn't result in more interrogation. It's just, you know, different. Nothing more specific than that. I decide the best course of action is to clam up.
come now. No need to badger Mr. Bianco. That would be Guy Fieri.
Oh, look, they've got canines. Oh, yeah, badger, that might be it. She pokes her ears again to recheck, and our boss smiles at the potentially unintended joke. Chat, if you can remember badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom, come, take some psychic damage with me as I recall just how old that is. She pokes her ears again to recheck, and our boss smiles at the potentially unintended joke. Which means I can see her fangs growing. It goes slowly, taking maybe a full 30 seconds to grow the 3/4 inch, but even the subtlest changes are arresting. Before too long, her gentle smile contains a menacing edge. Watch out where you point those at herbivores. Be friend metamor of my metamor. Yes? She gasps and covers her mouth. Oh, gracious, I'm sorry. Ash pokes at her new fangs, which are shorter and more conical. She's not gonna be, like, compelled to eat you or anything, is she? Because I did not sign up for vor in the workplace.
Nah, you have to take a lot before those kind of instincts bubble up. You just need to be careful how you come across.
You were there when the first rickroll occurred?
I'll certainly try and be more conscientious then. Though I suppose it might come in handy for more disruptive custom— Oh!
She leaps up enough to hear her shoes clack on her landing.
Oh, right. Waistbands down, ladies. Gotta give those tails a little room.
Oh gosh. It's always a little weird seeing the butt erection when you go through these transformations, you know? It's something I'm never quite prepared to look at. I turn away before Ash can finish shooting me a dirty look as two of them pull down the rear of their skirt waistbands a few inches. That's an unfortunate look. I mean, what else can I call these if not butt erections?
You'll want to get something with a slit cut out if you're going to wear this, if you're going to do this on a regular basis, but a day without shouldn't be the worst. There are a couple of places around town that make furry-appropriate alterations.
The necessity of their action is immediately apparent as I see their tails appear from behind their backs. Both of them turn around as their tails emerge inch by inch. They're the most conclusive evidence of their transformation so far. The boss's is bushy, the same dark gray as her ears, but with a white patch underneath. It comes to a point that looks like a painter's brush and is so thick that it's about the width of her waist at its widest. I'm kind of, from this stage of boss's transformation, I'm kind of getting vibes of, like, Felicia from Darkstalkers? Does anyone else kind of get that? Like, Felicia from Darkstalkers by way of John Talbane? She pulls her tail in front of her and runs her fingers through the fur. Ah, to have a big furry tail that I could wear as a stole. Living the dream. My, this would be a wolf's tail, wouldn't it?
Yep, looks like it. A classic choice.
I mean, I might as well say if I haven't done that yet. She turns towards me and winks, confirming she called it before she even handed her the mug. Ash's tail isn't far behind, and is even thicker than the boss's wolf's tail. Or maybe more accurately, it's broader. Tail's thick, boy! The fur makes the tail wider than her shoulders, and it emerges from her waistband like paper from an old dot matrix printer. The edges are the same black as her ears, though it's not too long before two stark white stripes appear. Oh, that's skunk tail, huh? That'd explain the taste. I'm able to catch yet another wink from Naomi at the revelation. Both tails reach their full length as each of them squint as they get used to having an entirely new limb. The boss's wags relaxed behind her, while Ash's stays mostly upright, the fur fanning behind her.
Okay, these last changes come in pretty quick, so get ready.
They feel the changes before I see them as their hands shoot to the small of their backs. Something is happening around the base of their tails, and it's not too long before I see it elsewhere. Fur spreads from the places where the transformation has already left its mark. I see it crawling out from their tails, ears, and nose. It shows up on Ash's exposed waist, where black frames a white stomach. The slate gray of Boss's fur spreads across her forehead, peeking down the bridge of her nose while the rest of her face is covered in a milky. Shoulders and arms are covered with fur in contra-shaded patterns distinct to each other. Ash is covered by more of her inky fur, while our boss's features lighter tones. In fact, those tones seem to be spreading to her hair. Oh yeah. I am very observant, and I definitely noticed that. Whoa, the tea changes hair color too?
That's one of the weirder aspects of the tea. It seems to have a sense of aesthetics to match your fur pattern better. Would you believe that I was a blonde before this?
Is mine changing? She pulls at a few strands, taking care not to upset her carefully sculpted hair. Just getting lighter, like more silver. Boss frowns. It's not making me look older, is it?
No, it looks great. Very distinguished.
The choice of words doesn't entirely negate her concern, but she seems more at ease. Is mine doing anything? On cue, the color drains from the dyed streaks in her hair as though bleach was seeping down the strands. It leaves her with white bands to match her tail.
You're losing the blue in your hair.
That would be such a pain in the butt. To go through this big transformation and realize that the dye job you spent a bunch of money on is null and void. She frowns and her fangs dig into her bottom lip. Fuck, I'm gonna have to re-dye that. How does it change synthetic color like that anyway? Naomi shrugs.
It's magic. And dye gets restored. At least it does for one of my coworkers.
Oh. The fur has spread across almost all of their bodies, the few patches of exposed skin receding under its advance like sandbars covered by a rising tide. I hear a soft rustling as the fur slides underneath their stockings. One of the last places for each of them is the skin just above their neckline. The fur converges there, jutting up like waves crashing into each other, leaving a tuft of fur extended outward.
One last bit. You'll feel a little pressure.
They each pinch their eyes shut as their mouths and nose extend outward. It looks like they've each hit with a sudden bout of sinus pressure, and they grit their teeth. It gives me the best look at their fangs yet. Faint creaking noises emerge as their new muzzles draw further and further out. Matching the pattern so far, Ashes stops short before our boss's, which is drawn out to a long, sharp snout. Both open their eyes and blink as they're confronted with their new anatomy jutting out into their field of vision.
Maybe this will help.
She pulls out 2 hand mirrors she brought for the occasion, and each of them gasps at their reflections. Aman Tanrim? This is amazing, Miss Reeves. Yeah, this is wild. Thanks for the sample. Each of them turn their heads back and forth to see how the sheen of their fur moves. It's not too long before Ash turns to me. Pretty slick, huh, Bean? She flexes her fingers and I notice her nails have thickened into short claws. Don't know if I would have picked skunk, but I think it works for me.
Totally, and you look super duper sophisticated, man.
Boss loses the last bit of misgiving over her new form. She's doing a blep! She closes her eyes and brushes some hair over her shoulder. At the same moment, she swishes her tail in the same motion. That's very kind of you, Miss Reeves. So, I believe that takes care of all we need to open up for the day. She glances over at me. Unless our demonstration has made you reconsider. The temperature under my collar skyrockets. Well...
I've got the half-strength tea if you want to try that out instead.
2 carnivores stare down their muzzles at me as I'm put on the spot. It's a little hot. At least Ash looks more like a carnivore. I mean, it sounds like you went through a lot of trouble to get us some of the tea, so...
Of course!
She does me the favor of pouring the tea before I need to express any actual request.
Same deal as last time. Just finish the mug and you should be good. It might take a little less time than it took them to grow their tails.
This is what we call foreshadowing. The mug is in my hand before I know it, and the steam wafts up and makes my nose twitch. I refocus my eyes beyond it and see all 3 women staring expectantly. Cheers? I barely lift the mug before stooping down to take a sip. Any apprehension I feel melts away the moment the tea touches my lips. I intend it as a mere taste turns to a mouthful as I swig the first taste of tea. As you might guess from my job, I throw my lot in with coffee over tea, but this is the most invigorating, flavorful drink I've ever had. A bold medley of flavors flow through the tea, like currents of differing temperatures, each of them crescendo before waning and letting another taste take precedence. It's enough to overwhelm my senses, and I lose myself before noticing I've gulped about 3 times without coming up for air. I tear the tea from my lips and heave a breath. Oh, wow. That's... What does yours taste like? Was it banana or something? Are you gonna be a monkey? I have to cast myself back to try and remember. I was so overwhelmed by the taste, I didn't have the sense to pick out distinct flavors. No, I think it was... I mentally prepare myself to take only a taste more without finishing the rest. It's definitely herbal. There's a lot of flavors in there, but they're all, vegetables, I think. So, guess that makes me an herbivore, huh? They don't change the intensity of their gaze, so it's only my imagination that makes them more threatening. Nothing more specific? I have an idea of what that something more specific might be, but I take another sip to be sure. The full taste was so overwhelming. The first few times I didn't bother... The whole taste is so overwhelming, the first few times I didn't bother picking out the dominant flavor. Now that I'm confirming my suspicion, it becomes glaringly obvious. A sweet, earthy, crisp taste, One seemingly bathed in vibrant, warm hues takes center stage. I know exactly what it is, but I don't say it aloud. Oh, well, it's kind of earthy. Sort of vegetable-y. Definitely not a carrot. I take another sip. It's killing me to avoid drinking the tea all at once, but I have to draw it out. The moment I finish the cup, I'll have to say what the tea tastes like. I'll have to admit what the tea tastes like. The three of them looking at Leo like, I know what you are. I think it might be sort of a root vegetable. Maybe a potato or a turnip, a radish perhaps. Another small sip. I'm taking far longer to drink my mug despite Ash's initial hurdle. Maybe a little hard to place. Is it something like a potato, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Yet another sip. I look up at Naomi as I ingest yet more of the elixir that's going to reveal me for what I am. She's narrowed her eyes, as if trying to figure out if I'm about to shed light on any of her guesses. It's not as starchy as that. More fibrous, maybe? I'm nearly at the bottom of my mug. I pray that I don't have to stand around stalling much longer. It's more of a bright flavor. Something appropriate for spring.
Beets, maybe?
She doesn't ask it as though beets would confirm a transformation She doesn't ask it as though beets would confirm a transformation associated with beets. She's just as curious and just as in the dark as Boss and Ash. I don't believe that for a second. She knows. Look at that face! That is the smug snout of a deer that knows. Though only because I'm withholding from all of them. It's not as sweet as that, just a little bit sweet. I have no choice but to finish the mug. Maybe it'll be more obvious when the change starts. I set down the mug. Really tasty on its own, though. Thanks for letting me have some.
Of course, my pleasure.
Any annoyance she might feel about having to wait a little longer is effectively masked. I'm about to regret taking so long to drink the tea, but I feel the effects starting to manifest. Here we go. The coursing energy instilled by the tea diverts towards my ears, and I can feel individual nerves transmit electric sensations from my temples and my nape to the edges of my ears. A warm, static-like sensitivity collects there, and I can feel something grow. Oh, okay, there go the ears. The color's sorta like your hair. Boss hums to herself. Not many animals that color. I can't tell if she's already figured it out.
There are some furries that change color with the seasons, but it's too early for them to turn white for winter.
My paranoia leaves me utterly convinced Naomi already knows. Oh, girly pop, she's been knowing for years. But it would only be a few seconds difference either way. The hot, tugging sensation I've been anticipating this whole time pinches the top of my ears and lifts up. And up. And up. My ears grow larger and wider, true, but it's hard to notice when one dimension is so adamant in its prominence. You Benuid. Woe, Benui, be upon thee. Three pairs of eyes ascend in unison as my ears are pulled up, half a foot, then a full foot. My temperature rises with all of them. I appreciate that Leo here is part lop. I think lop rabbits are really, really cute, but also it's, you know, it's kind of like it's nice to have a little bit of both worlds. Yes, the asymmetry is nice. One ear buckles under its own weight and lops forward, striking my bangs with a soft paff as both continue growing. The tip of the remaining aloft ear must be 18 inches high by the time the stretching abates. 3 pairs of eyes returning to stare at mine. Yeah, I guess it kinda did taste like carrot.
Oh, we got bug teeth!
I clamp my mouth shut with one hand.
Oh, don't fight the buck teeth. You'll lose the lisp if you let your body get used to it.
Fun fact, for bunnies, unless their buck teeth are very overgrown, they are actually hidden the way a rabbit's mouth is shaped. With my mouth covered, they can only see my eyes betray how mortified I look. It also lets me feel my 2 incisors grow. Each push down with a steady, insistent pace, like they're a hydraulic press. My lower lip gives way as the slick teeth slide effortlessly past them. They're over twice their usual length by the time they stop. Alright, Timmy Turner. My hand also allows me to feel my nose change. The tip recedes as it's pressed back into the rest of my face. Both slits narrow as they are folded like origami into a wide V shape. It's pink now. It's definitely pink, isn't it? I'm intent on hiding both my teeth and nose forever, but I've forgotten the order of operations. Something pricks my palms and my instincts override my resolve. When my hand jerks away, everybody sees my bunny nose, my bunny teeth, and my bunny whiskers droop as they grow in. Oh, sorry. I mean, sorry. No reason to be embarrassed. Putting my hand back would look even worse, so I keep my wrists handcuffed to my waist. My nose twitches nervously as they watch my face settle into its new shape. There is one thing left. Oh, we got a butt erection! I don't want Naomi to have to guide me through every little thing and reach back to allow my final growth to take place. The tip of my tailbone pushes from the surface of my back like a pencil stretching a balloon. My skin makes way, growing more to accommodate the new limb, though the bare flesh is soon covered by fur to mask its uncanny appearance. Lots of fur. Lots and lots of fur. It feels like only 4 inches long, and as I try to twitch it back and forth, but the soft, wispy fur makes it look twice as long and just as wide. There's this giant sphere of fur unfurling behind me. Another 2 inches of growth of actual tail is reflected exponentially by the fur until a volleyball-sized powder puff stands alert and twitching behind. The rush of tingling energy and glowing warmth induced by the tea abates and leaves only the silence of myself and everything else. Naomi takes the initiative to break the tension. Oh, we got ads, so we'll wait to continue. Another fun bunny fact: bunny tails are actually much longer than they look. However, they have that shape and look so short because they're curled up all on and in themselves. Less fun fact: learning how long a bunny's tail is can be really painful for the bunny in question, so it's better to just leave it to the imagination. How's everyone enjoying the game so far, though? I know I am. You're loving it? I'm glad to hear that. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Go bust my dinner dish. I will be back real soon.
I've returned. The abundant us? No! No!
It's almost like I'm watching someone play the sequel to the best written queer visual novel of all time. Got myself some smoked cheddar chips. Hopefully it doesn't come across in the mix. Alright.
Ooh, very fun rabbit TF. We have a lot of customers request that one, and the coloration is pretty uncommon. You lucked out with a rare pelt.
She pointedly doesn't mention the gender of the customers who request to turn into a bunny. Hey, I feel like what Leo is engaging here is he's engaging in a little bit of Watership Down erasure. I feel like that is an equal opportunity gender kind of fandom. In many ways, I feel like with Watership Down is to bunnies what Warrior Cats is to cat furries, you know? You know a cis mask bun furry famous author who visits your store on occasion. Neat. Very charming. I must say, it's quite elegant. Yeah, you look super lively. Like you could keep going and going and going. I just know she has a half dozen more ribbing comments chambered that she'll make if my friend and our boss weren't here. Remember, it's Playboy because Hugh Hefner thought the rabbit symbolized male virility. Huh. Interesting. You told him all about my tea and that he'd be excited for the sequel Coffee Buns. I mean, hey, if this guy is a famous furry author, maybe you should, like, you know, get him in touch with the Cinnamon Switch studio team. Wouldn't hurt to have some celebrity endorsements, you know? I dunno. Seems a little goofy.
No, it's super cute.
I flinch. Maybe. Naomi clasps her hands together.
Oh, well, I've got my usual deliveries to make before I'm back at the bistro. Looks like you're all gonna have a ton of fun today, though. Let me know how it goes. I'll leave the instructions for turning back, and you can do it after your ship. Or once you're back home, maybe after even.
Ugh, gosh. She trapezes over to me and holds her arms out for a hug.
See you tonight, maybe?
She throws her arms around me, careful to tilt her antlers away. I'm only able to use my forearms to return my own feeble hug. Her muzzle brushes up the fur of my ears.
Didn't call this one at all, seriously. I'm definitely not lying to make you feel better.
She pulls back and once more flashes the enthusiastic smile she's been sporting all morning before skipping out the door and hopping on her scooter. I turn back towards my coworkers. Well, we're just about to open. Do you two need anything before we start for the day? I know she's leaving the door open for me to head to the back and change out of my costume as it were. My feet keep me anchored to the floor while a kind of gravity pulls my heart towards the back. No, I think I'm fine as is. Ash has pulled a compact and hairbrush from her purse and brushes the ebony tufts of her cheeks. Nah, I'm all set. Wonderful. Her clap of resolve is dampened by the pads on her fingers. I set aside some time today so I could spend more time on the floor. No sense in hiding in the office like this. So let's see how our little trial run goes, shall we? She glides over to the door to unlock it and flip over the open sign, her tail attempting to find its place in the balance of her stride. Ash and I take our place behind the counter. I let her take point. Hey! I recognize this furry from the first game. He was one of the first furries to be a customer in that game too. It's not too long before our first customer comes in. Hello, sir. Welcome to Awakenings. He'd been looking down at his phone and has to do a double take when he looks up upon being greeted.
Oh, is this?
He turns back to see the sign in the window. Yes, we're just trying out some new theming. It's the same excellent beverages you're used to, just in a fun new atmosphere. Yeah, we won't bite, unless you pay extra for it. Just our coffee, if you take it black. She drums her claws on the counter. What do you have? The customer remains off kilter, but can't hide his intrigue as he approaches the counter.
Oh, just a house blend medium?
Sure thing. Black? She tilts her fan-like tail to the side to reveal her 2 white stripes. Or 2 creams.
She's got jokes! She's already doing bits!
She's so good at being a furry!
Oh, that sounds nice.
Not up to me anyway. You serve yourself at the condiment station. I guess they are technically condiments, huh? I just associate that so much with, like, ketchup, mustard, relish. It's weird hearing it in a coffee shop context. Bun! The way she yells it makes me know she's talking to me. Toss me a medium. Toss. I pull a cup off the top of the stack and underhand it to her.
Oh, shit.
Man, she's really a natural at this furry thing. Instead of reaching for it, she cocks her tail out to intercept the cup. The cup rolls down her tail until it reaches her hips, where she bumps the cup into the air. The cup spins as it arcs through the air until it's upside down, when Ash nabs it and clanks it down on the counter. The customer and her stare at it for a beat. Wow, holy shit, I didn't expect that to work on the first try. $4, thanks. The rest of the day proceeds in a funhouse mirror version of a typical shift. It's the same slow-trickled customers, the same orders, the same mundane chores to take care of during downtimes. But there's definitely a palpable energy in the air. The customers are a little more engaged during their order, some of them bantering with Ash during her repartee. Even when I take orders, they seem more keen on conversation. Not that I'm giving them much to work with. I try to keep things brisk and professional, but their curiosity won't go unsated. They ask if I have the tea often, and if I'm usually a rabbit, and if all my fur is white. They might not have to ask that last one if I gave them a good look at my tail, but I face the counter at all times, shuffling laterally from the espresso machines to the register and drop-off counter. Ash has none of it, flaunting her tail and flashing fangs at every opportunity. The boss, too, seems intent on showing off, though she only spends a little time behind the counter. She spends more time on the floor, talking with customers awaiting their order, explaining her rationale behind the trial, and laughing at what are assuredly low-hanging jokes about her canine appearance. There's a subtle growl in her laugh that some customers can't get enough of. Okay. Our traffic isn't appreciably bigger than the day before, but there are a lot of waves, goodbyes instead of shuffles out the door with heads turned down. But there are a lot of waves goodbye instead of shuffles out the door with heads turned down. We approach the end of the day with all our pastries sold out. Oh, it's this nerdlinger. A customer walks in close to closing time. Hey there, welcome to Awakenings. Let me know if I can get you anything. The customer performs the usual double take as he notices the three of us in our varying states of infirmment.
Wait, this isn't a kimono cafe, right?
No, we're just trying out something new. We just serve regular coffee here.
Ugh, okay, because the theming here is way, way inferior to the actual kimono cafes in town.
Ash stays stone still, except for her tail, which bristles to add another few inches on each side as the customer approaches the counter. He glances up at the menu, then down at each of us, then back up at the menu. He sinks another glance towards me, and I back up against the counter, pressing my cottontail into a fuzzy disc. I can't imagine it's taking him this long to make his decision. Anything you need guidance on? He chuckles.
You mean the Chaos Emeralds? I know what coffee drinks are, thanks.
Also, hello. He spends a few more seconds staring at the menu before looking straight at Ash as if noticing her form for the first time.
So, you're a skunk?
Yeah, just found out today, actually.
Huh. That's funny.
Pardon?
It's just funny, is all.
What's funny?
Just turning into a skunk. Don't think I've seen one before. Just kind of funny to imagine walking around as one.
Ash's claws scrape the underside of the counter. Boss looks up from restocking napkins on the booth tables. And why is that funny? The customer smirks.
You know, just thinking about what skunks are known for.
Which is... Customer looks over at me, expecting me to share in his amusement.
Well, you know, smelling bad?
Ash's eyebrows raise the merest amount. Oh, really?
Yeah, I was just imagining a skunk walking around New Greenshire and people behind them falling over from the smell. Classic cartoon stuff.
Ash pulls a cup from a stack and toys with the rim with one claw, taking her attention totally away from the customer. So, sounds like you have some experience with furry stuff. Into the cafes?
Yeah. I was into this stuff before the tea was even around. While you were studying punk music, I was studying the GIF. I'm an Ermine, and I have it.
Oh, you'd make for a nice coat, then. Interesting. So you probably know a lot about animal behavior, then?
Probably more than most people.
So, you know why skunks spray, then?
Yeah, of course.
So, they only spray when threatened. The customer looks away.
Yeah, I guess.
So, I'd only make any sort of scent when I was up against someone I thought was frightening.
Well, I guess, but the tea kind of follows cartoon logic sometimes.
She slams the cup on the counter. So, the only way you'd smell one whiff of my all-natural pepper spray is if I thought there was the slimmest chance whatso-fucking-ever that someone could provide even the slightest threat. Customer gulps.
Right.
Right. What's your order?
White chocolate hazelnut frap.
$8, thanks. He taps his card on the register and presses the button for the biggest tip suggested. Your order will be out shortly.
Do you need my...
Not necessary. Customer slinks over to one of the booths our boss just finished cleaning. Doesn't say stoat, and feels better for being a furry before he could turn into a stoat physically. What a massive knob. Very much so. Ash goes about preparing the drink while I take her place at the register. I'm just in time for Roman to walk in the door. My heart skips a beat, and I turn to take half a step towards the back room before realizing it's too late. You fool! You absolute rube! You've shown your strongest feature, the cottontail.
Hey, bro! Looking good!
Oh, hey. He sets the mug I gave him last afternoon down on the counter. I start on his drink, hoping to distract myself.
Naomi texted me about you trying the tea today, so wanted to see how you turned out myself.
Oh, I guess she probably told you all about the, beers, then.
No, kept it a secret so I could see for myself. You look fucking dope, though. Super sharp, bro. Like, you look like you would never be late for any kind of important date.
I grit my teeth. There's no way I actually look sharp. Naomi felt like the only one telling the truth when she called me cute, but I'm not about to accept my roommate calling me that.
You're like Jackrabbit Leonardo, freelance barista.
I blow on my bangs and feel the tip of my lop ear lift a smidge. I don't know about that. Feels like I'm more the house pet variety. Yeah, aren't his ears just the fuzziest? I want to rub them so bad. She reaches for my ears with both paws, and I barely hold on to my mug as I'm stirring the espresso. Jesus, don't touch those! Sorry, my child. No, you're fine, Jesus. I was talking to her. Oh, of course, my child. And also with you. Don't you have a drink you're making? Nah, I'm all done. Non-threat! Order's ready. Customer shuffles over to grab his drink and makes a beeline for the door. I really hope that doesn't give him a new kink. No, seriously, gotta get my mitts on those primo velveteens.
You're looking great too, Ash. Punk skunk. I love it. It's rhyming, it's giving Dr. Seuss, but cool? Like, obviously?
It's a little more complicated than that, but thanks anyway.
And our lovely proprietress, looking the most graceful of all.
Concept I would like to pitch for you, KD. Potential merch idea. It is a t-shirt with 3 pictures of the boss, superimposed over the moon. Any thoughts? Is a 3-boss moon t-shirt somewhere on the horizon? Boss joins us at the counter. Do you go around flattering old women all day, Roman?
Hey, the age of 40 plus is in demand, my girl boss. Only my favorites. And the ones who might give me tips. But Mehmet is a lucky man.
Boss chuckles, and I hear that little growl again. You don't know if the world is ready for 3 bosses? No, it's just an idea. Feel free to run with it. Alternate pitch. Boss, Mehmet, and Teo. Free Wolf Moon. Maybe? I have yet to meet them, but I can only assume that they'll be equally as attractive members of the Wolf Pack. I'll tell him at least one man thinks so. I slide his cortadito across the counter. So, your drink's ready?
Thanks, bro.
He lifts the mug and cheers.
Salute!
He takes a swift pull, then pulls out 3 bills.
For the furry staff. So, will I see you for the elusive second day in a row?
Wow, Aaron Erasure? I'm sure I would have a thought on that if I knew who that was. Oh, right. I guess Naomi's gonna want to run down. I might try and make it over.
Sweet!
He takes his mug and heads out the door. The 3 of us are left alone. Well, I think that first day went just swimmingly, wouldn't you say? Yeah, that shit was fun. Real different. So I imagine it will take some time before we see any results from our little experiment. But I have a good feeling based on some of the customer interactions we had. Aaron and Teo are boss's sons? Ah, so desu ne. Minus that last one, I suppose. But thank you both for indulging my little scheme. I'll help close up. You've both already been here longer than usual. It's fairly quick work to pack everything up for the day. I don't get off as easily as I did yesterday, but in another sense, I didn't get off easily at all. Our boss locks up behind me, and she and Ash head home in opposite directions. I linger next to the entrance and pull out my phone. Hey, I'm actually not feeling great. Don't know if it's the tea or I just caught something, but I am going to head home. I planned on sending the text the moment Roman asked if he'd see me at the bar. In a sense, I wasn't even lying. I didn't feel great, but bruised my ego after turning into a fluffy bunny rabbit would have been oversharing. Roman responds with a quick,
No problem, bro.
And I pocket my phone before heading to the subway station. Oh, okay. Chat. If you were a trans femme person growing up in the early aughties who was into anime, odds are you may have come across a short little video of a guy in a Japanese subway being turned into a girl and the clothes being turned into this beautiful wedding dress. Now, if that is true, you might notice a little detail that Cinnamon Switch put into the upcoming CG that might be referencing a little something. I don't have to wait long for a train. I'm thankful I don't have to spend much time on the platform where someone could take notice of my ears and tail. Not that I would have noticed with my eyes glued to the floor. My early commute always leaves plenty of seats available, but I don't want to feel my tail against the seat back. I find a support pole to lean against and the train jolts into motion. So, this in and of itself, this setting, this shot, this angle is a reference to the video. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, KD and Zoe, but I believe you're looking for an artist who can mimic the original style to make bridal advertisements for this scene. Is that correct? Ooh! Oh, that's fantastic. I can't wait to see it then. So yeah, you can look forwards to seeing the more complete Easter egg, reference, homage, whatever you want to call it, as the game eventually gets released more and more. For the first few minutes, I continue staring at the floor. I try not to think too much about the day's shift, or how I reacted to my transformation, or how my coworkers reacted to theirs, or what the hell I was even expecting. You weren't going to turn into some apex predator. You know that, right? I do. And I know that's not even what I'd want. I just don't know what I. Yeah, this is, this. Ash's transformation is transgressive and intimidating. The boss's is regal and authoritative. Naomi's is graceful and welcoming. Roman's would apparently be playful and energetic. Mine is nothing. There's nothing interesting about being a rabbit. At least, not a guy rabbit. I know it's silly to be morose about an aspect of myself I didn't even consider having until last night at the earliest. What animal kimono tea turns you into isn't a field you have to fill in on dating apps. Fair warning, the writing does start to get a little bit explicit before the skip here. Okay. Uh, is it stream safe kind of explicit? Just want to confirm before I continue. You don't think it'll get you in trouble? Awesome. At least, not the ones I'm on. Might never even come up again. As much fun as Ash and Boss seem to be having, I'm not confident they'll stick with it, especially if it doesn't move the needle in terms of customers. And I doubt they'll care if I abstain. It was definitely my own susceptibility to peer pressure that made me try some today, not their insistence. At least you didn't have to pay to find out. I smirk at my attempt to paint the slimmest of silver linings on the situation. I finally look up to take in my surroundings. I scan past the smattering of other passengers until my eyes catch on an ad. It's for a taxi company, showing a woman stepping out of a cab in a scant cocktail dress, presumably ready for a night on the town. She's well endowed in a way you might expect for a model in such an ad. Maybe beyond that, it feels like they're getting away with far too much for a banner on public transit. I wonder if they have some kind of standards and practices department, had to run these by. That is doing its job as my gaze remains fixed to the woman in her dress. The tight, sequined sleeve of fabric accentuates and shapes the woman's curves, her bust almost breaking free of its constraints. As per usual, I split my focus between the dress itself and the woman wearing it, though the tight, custom fit goes a long way towards making the impression they're parts of a whole. The train hits a rough section of rails and I jostle along with everything else. Particularly jarring sensation, and I feel my chest shake far more than usual. Okay. Uh, is this... Oh, and there is that iconic "you are about to be TF'd" POV music. Uh, is this part of the sequence Gucci to show, Katie? I assume this is what you were talking about. Okay. You should be good up to the skip. Okay. So you're saying I should skip from here? Alright. As much as I would love to see it, and you know, chat, that I am going to be looking at this sequence after when I'm not streaming. Leo daydreams about being a date with the woman. About being a date with the woman. Being on a date with the woman, maybe? After a while, he notices he's growing breasts and grabs one, which almost causes him to collapse. He covers himself and runs off the train to his apartment. I whisk myself the few blocks to my apartment as fast as I can while still clutching my arms tight to my chest. It's less effective at minimizing them as I would hope. Some of the flesh squeezes out from the sides of my arms, and no matter how hard I press down, I still feel the rise and fall of each footfall as they sway up and down. I can't imagine how crazed I look, but I make it to the front door without anyone interrogating me about the new tits I've grown. Hell yeah, Leo, that's a good look for you. Now, I know this will likely probably change, but given the pedigree of the artists working on this project, can I just say it's really nice to have relatively average to small boob representation. It's just nice. I know that Mira is probably behind the scenes trying to get away with as much as she can with cup size. The moment I walk in the front door, I let go of my chest. Keeping everything pressed tight against my ribcage was so painful I'm willing to forgive the way things sway as I walk. Both of them move of their own accord as I walk across my living room in a straight line to my bathroom. Oh! I slide inside, flick on the switch, and see exactly what I thought I'd see. Two soft mounds protruding from my shirt. I mean, yeah, again, I'm using the standards that Mira has. Hello, Maid Melody. Thank you very much for swinging by. I hope you enjoy it. For a moment, I don't move. taking my time to fully accept what's happened. In a way, the sight of them is the least important piece of confirmation I've received. Feeling them grow in was more intense than anything else that could happen. But now there's nothing else I can do to verify their existence. Well, almost anything. I grab the hem of my shirt and ball the fabric up. I do not want to inadvertently graze anything against my nipples again. Taking care to keep my shirt as far away from my torso as possible, I lift my shirt up inch by inch. I steel myself for the sight I know I'm about to see. I'm thinking of it kind of in the same way as I was thinking when playing the first game. Oh wow, I really appreciate that Margaret has a body that's pudgy. Like, as someone who is very very not confident in my own tummy, it was nice to see the version of Margaret that had a little more chub to her. Content warning, ask first, no nude sprites. I see their shadows first and gulp. My own body is casting a shadow on itself. After a few deep breaths, I keep lifting. 2 round masses emerge from under the hem, hanging from my chest and exposed to the full brunt of gravity.
Oh!
Another inch and I see 2 dark pink circles emerge. I yank my shirt down. Ugh! It wince as those same 2 circles shoot jolts of pain through my body as fabric scrapes across them. It's like they're punishing me for hiding them. My eyes remain pinched shut as I hiss out a few breaths to wait out the pain. Okay, don't freak out this time, okay? I definitely don't fully trust myself to follow my little pep talk, but there's nothing else for me to do. When I look up, I notice that my shirt is pulled tight. My shirt pulled tight just makes them look bigger, so I put some slack back into it. Once again, I lift my shirt, going even slower this time. I reach the point where I lost my nerve, and yank it up to get it over with. There they hang in all their fullness, ready to exaggerate my subtlest motions. I don't breathe for a few seconds. Holy shit, they're actual boobs. That's really the only word for them. They're not swollen pecs. They're not growths on my chest. They're not a dewlap or some other side effect of my rabbit transformation. That said, are we gonna get some hot dewlaps with this rabbit TF, KD? Because, your girl might have a thing for dewlaps. We do? Let's go, chat. We're so back. They're just boobs. Woman's boobs. Nothing else about my frame has changed. My chest and hips and shoulders are just as wide, and my body hair, sparse as it is, still clings to my arms. There's no denying what they are. More caution than I have ever used on my own body, I reach a finger up to prod at one. For the first time, they're not squeezed or scraped or filled with crackling, transformative energy. Simply touching them. Kinda ticklish. They're far more sensitive than anything else on my body, but the sensation is brisk and fleeting, not the overwhelming throbbing of them growing in. I find myself losing a minute to tracing around them, affirming their size. Are they big? After at least a decade of appreciating breasts, I'm suddenly at a loss to qualify them. This is the Mice Tea continuation? Yes! Oh my gosh, that's awesome! I'm so glad that you know what Mice Tea is, because that means I don't have to explain it. But yeah, it's not a sequel but it is another story set after the events of Mice T in the same setting. And there is like continuity overlap. There's characters that are connecting the two. I'm definitely not as big as Ash. Maybe close to Naomi's size. A tip for you, Leo. Imagine how big your mother's boobs are, and then usually like minus half a cup size or a cup size. There's no good way to estimate considering our relative sizes. Who knows what these would look like on Naomi's waifish figure. I keep my fingers splayed to make sure I don't touch my nipple and hold one from below, hefting it up only enough to gauge its weight. These are... fuck. These are bigger than Kelsey's. I've dated her recently enough to confidently say I've got bigger boobs than my most recent girlfriend. You did every route and hunted for all the art, besides Mangrip because it made you oddly dysphoric. You loved it? Honestly, totally get you there. I had such a good time with that game, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the other games, the other fine products of Cinnamon Switch Studio once they're ready to be played. A crossed wire in my brain transposes the memory of feeling up my girlfriend with how I'm touching myself and a tingle relays through my nerves and lands between my legs. My cock swells in time with my heartbeat. The realization makes me drop my breast in alarm. It sags back down before settling into place. Oh god. Oh god, shit. The hell am I gonna do? I keep staring at them as if they'll tell me. My ear twitches just enough to catch my attention, and I lift my eyes up to see them barely framed in the mirror. Wait, this is from the tea, right? I can just get rid of them when I get rid of these dumb ears. I probably shouldn't be so confident, but I'm desperate for a way out of this. The printout Naomi dropped off is still in my back pocket, but I want to confirm something first. I carefully scoop my shirt back over my torso, leaving as wide a clearance as I can for my breasts, and pull out my phone. Naomi's name is among the names at the top of my text messages. Hey, wanted to ask, can you transform more a few hours after drinking the tea? She starts texting back almost immediately.
Sure, sometimes, especially if you give in to instincts or something like that.
Why, did you grow more hair? Or should I say, hair? She has a gif of a mugging dog ready at the hip. Yeah, are the instructions any different?
Nope, just meditate like normal. I hope you're not getting rid of those beautiful ears already.
This time she uses a gif of a cat with superimposed tears. I think they'd hit the baseboard while I tried to sleep.
We'll have to do it later. Oh, I could probably dye some celery white if you wanted to be Bunnicula for Halloween.
Shout out to Bunnicula. My real children's first horror story fans know me. I'll keep you posted. There's absolutely no way in hell I'm going to drink that tea if there's a chance this could happen again. But she doesn't need to know that right now. This really feels like one of those scenes where it's like, oh, I'm not gonna go in that dress. No way, no how, no siree. I am absolutely positively not going to wear that dress. And then you smash cut to the character wearing the dress, that sort of thing. I pull out the printed guide Naomi gave all of us. I notice the logo of her workplace at the top. It's written like it's instructions for the customers there. It only takes a few seconds to skim through the crisply articulated directions. Okay, I just need to calm down and picture my regular body. It's more about maintaining any changes you want to keep, but that's not relevant to me. I lower myself onto the couch as gradually as possible and take a seat. Okay, just gotta relax. Calm yourself down for a nice, low-key evening. You won't have whiskers or tits, and you can veg out and do nothing but play Orbs Shinjuku for the rest of the day. Orbs Shin... That feels like a reference to something, but I don't know. The idea of permitting myself to waste an evening on the couch as I make my little guy parkour all over rooftops for hours on end goes a long way to calming me down. It's a fake game you made up? Oh, okay. I close my eyes and take a deep breath in through with my nose. 2 seconds, I let it out through my mouth. I repeat the process a few more times, trying to avoid impatiently skipping to the next step. Breathing actually works. I'm indeed calming down, though admittedly I have a high baseline to descend from. I repeat the cycle more times than I need to in order to be absolutely sure I'm doing it right. Okay, now just envision your normal body. Simple enough task, though the moment I try it feels like I've forgotten the fact the moment a test is placed in front of me. I stall for a moment. You just looked at yourself last night, remember? It's true, though that somehow doesn't make it any easier. My brow furrows and my nose twitches as I struggle to conjure the image to mind. Oof. This is also just such a real feeling of, like, just only really being able to see yourself as this lump of meat. Can't really make out any features. Nothing feels special or worth noticing. Fuck. You're skinny, you're pale, got longish hair, and have sad eyes. Everything I think is true, but it only does so much to help. At the risk of undoing my initial meditation, I open my eyes and pull out my phone to scroll through my camera roll. Association really is a heck. The photos of myself are few and far between, but after a minute or two I have enough to jog my memory. I shut my eyes again. Okay, that's what you look like, duh. Return to focusing on the body I'm apparently so inept at picturing. The body that's netted me 1 undergraduate degree, 5 okay-ish jobs, and 8 girlfriends. My breaths become shallower and broader as I settle into my meditative state. I hold on tight as I can the sights and feelings I'm able to associate with the body. The way I move my hands when washing myself in the shower. The places where my clothing fits tightly when I dress in something formal. The way things fall when I take the initiative to exercise. The way I despise looking in the mirror after I shower and try to dry myself off without looking down. I have never been called upon to concentrate so thoroughly on my body. Until now, I've been prone to taking it for granted. It isn't worth thinking much about. But I'm able to hold on just enough. I can tell it's working, even though the instructions told me to try and not think about things reverting. Just on the periphery of my consciousness, I can feel my ears growing lighter and whiskers failing to tickle my cheeks. I hunch forward a little so I won't feel my breasts slide against my shirt as they shrink. The whole process is taking longer than I've ever meditated. But I need to do things right. My breath doesn't waver as I let my body revert to its base state. I even let myself sit for a few minutes longer than I need, just to remove any last trace of my transformation. The apartment is as silent as I can ever remember. Sit in peace for a few moments. When I open my eyes, I don't see anything odd where my nose should be. Run my tongue along my teeth to find a flat row. My hands reach for my ears and I find two small cups like I expect. Oh, thank God. I reach down to my chest and my fingers jab at my two sensitive nipples. God damn it! I leap up as I yelp and press my palms against my still prominent breasts to try and dull the pain. What are they still doing there? As soon as they stop hurting, I try to ascertain their size. They're not even smaller? My shirt stays in place, but they're definitely the same size. I grab the instructions to read through again. It even say things usually turn back in the reverse order of how they changed, so they should have been the first thing to go away. The guide doesn't offer any more insights, no matter how many times I read it. Do I have to ask Naomi? I'm almost about to text her and be more specific with my questions before realizing why I can't. Wait, I can't tell her I'm growing boobs? What, you think what, do you think that she'll think you're copying her now? Shit! Why couldn't any of my other friends be the ones who are experts on the tea? I'm frozen for what feels like minutes as I contemplate what else on earth I could do. Ooh. Ooh. The only thing capable of shaking me from my indecision is the key I hear in the front door lock. Fuck! Fuck! I clutch my breasts tight to my chest with my forearms and dash into my bedroom. 1 second later, I hear Roman open the door and step inside.
Hey, bud! Felt bad you were feeling sick, so picked up some asopao de pollo on the way back from work. I'm gonna heat it up for you, if that's cool. I'm not gonna do the whole, like, feeding you while you're sick thing unless that's something you're into, you know? Gotta respect the boundaries, feeling things out.
I lean against my door, still holding tight to my chest.
Oh, hey, Rumi, aren't you, home early? Oh, supervisor booked too many bartenders, so, you know, I volunteered to eat the hours and come help my best bud.
Really? On a Sunday?
Yeah, kinda dead tonight for some reason. Hey, is that a yes on microwaving the soup, or...?
I can hear the beeps on our combination hood microwave.
So, what's wrong? You got like a cold or something?
Not really. It's more like... I remove my arms from my chest and look down. Swelling.
Oof, sounds rough. 90 seconds on that suit, by the way.
I frantically look around for something to hide my breasts and find a hoodie draped on the back of a chair. Oh my god. This motherfucker has been them for less than a day, and they already have the dysphoria hoodie. Oh. I grab it and pull it on, giving my chest a foot of clearance as I lower the hem. Once I tug everything into place, I look straight down. That's hiding them, right? If I concentrate, and there's no way I can't, I think I can make out the very top of each of them. I only have to lean forward a smidgen before the hoodie drapes enough to be flat. Gosh, I remember when I was transitioning and figuring out at what point to stop trying to hide anything and just kind of let things hang out, you know? You started your transition 12 years ago and still have your old hoodie sitting around? Oh my gosh! That's so cute! I think I actually have one of my dysphoria hoodies from college too. It's probably not that. It might be the same age. Although I guess it hasn't officially been a dysphoria hoodie for as long. Your cat uses it as his bed now? Excellent. Although I would probably have a conversation with your cat, you know, just to make sure that they're feeling alright in their body. Okay, I can last for 5 minutes out there like this. I shuffle out of my room and don't have to put too much effort into looking unwell. Hey. Roman looks up from getting a set of bowls and spoons from our cupboards.
Ooh, hell, bro, you look rough.
Yeah, not feeling the best. I'll probably just eat and try to get some rest. Will love and appreciate my soup named Cat, no matter their presentation. Aww.
Yeah, sure. Naomi said that's the best way to get rid of any effects from the tea.
A memory of Naomi lecturing on the tea floats to the surface of my mind. Wait, is that what I need to do to get rid of these? Oh, yeah, that's probably what I should do. He pours the steaming soup from its plastic takeout container into 2 bowls and brings them to the table.
Whatever you need, bro.
Unless Naomi's very wrong about how the tea works, the soup won't help me in my dilemma, but the steamy aroma does do something for my mood. I dip my spoon in and take my first sip. It's rich and flavorful and fills me with a warmth I didn't know I was looking for. I take another 2 spoonfuls before speaking. Dang, this stuff's good. Where'd you get it?
Oh, this is from Torres. It's like the only Puerto Rican bodega on this side of town. I'd have to get some from an abuelita to get much better. I'd have to go down to New York for that, though.
Oh, still pretty good.
I should bring some from her next time I visit family. Oh my god, dude, you're a genius.
Yeah, that'd be nice. We both eat in silence for a minute.
So, did you, like, meditate away the rabbit bits to try and feel better?
I flinch, make some of my soup drip back into the bowl. Oh, yeah, I thought that might help. Oh, we've got ads, so I'm gonna take a break until we're back from ads. Gonna have some more of the chips. How's everyone doing? Y'all enjoying the game as much as I am? We have barely got into it. I feel like I probably have at least another stream's worth of material at my reading speed. Okay, Melody. Mm. I'm not your mom, but I know how much the full shift of vocal range can eventually wear it out. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I have been training my voice as a performer since, God, probably since like elementary school. It's when I started doing serious choir. And then I did more proper voice training as I got older. I still hadn't done like voice training until very recently though. Oh Oh, nice! You do voice coaching? What kind? Hmm. That's really cool. Welcome back, Mads, everyone. Mostly finding out a natural resting tone and how to take good steps to not overwork and callous your cords. Yeah. Gendered voice training has definitely been one of those things where it's like, at the same time, at the same time, I can be really impressing my voice training teacher, and then I still have like no confidence in the idea that I can sound femme, which is weird. Like, I know in practice I can and do, but like it's just mentally there's that hang up where it doesn't feel real, you know? Enunciation and mannerisms. No, enunciation I know. Mannerisms I hadn't really thought of, but yeah, I mean, we talk as much with our body as we do with our voices. Which, I mean, yeah, I know it's technically a part of the body, but you know what I mean. Oh yeah, I still don't really like hearing myself most days. Plus I wasn't enjoying myself all that much.
No? I thought you looked pretty cool.
This time my clipped laugh makes a drop fall from the bowl. Took me this long to get used to it. Like, I've had people tell me from watching my streams that without me like disclosing it, they would not have guessed that I was trans from my voice. But again, it's just one of those things where like I don't hear it in the same way, you know? I'd like to. I just don't. It also maybe doesn't help that like a lot of the women that I hang out with or hang around, or I should say specifically, a lot of the cis women that I hang out with or hang around have very distinctive voices themselves, so it's like it's not really a great idea of what would be considered normal, I guess. That's a good point, I hadn't thought. Oh, right. Cool. I think it's hard to make a fluffy white bunny look very cool. Oh, but that's not true. When I think cool fluffy white bunny, I think his name was Aeon from Castlevania Judgment, that Wii exclusive Castlevania fighting game. He was pretty cool, I thought anyway.
What do you mean?
Listen, I know you don't just tell your friend they look dumb to their face, but you don't have to put that much lipstick on the pig.
Seriously, man. I thought it was a good look. Also, don't you fucking talk down to my friends?
I shouldn't shake my head in front of him so adamantly, but I don't stop myself. Look, you can say whatever you want, but that doesn't change the fact it's not right.
Not right how?
I mean, like, looking like that, I couldn't do the things I want.
It didn't look like your ears were getting in the espresso machine, dude.
No, I mean, I wouldn't look right aesthetically. If I want to do certain things, I have to look the part. Like, I want to look like I'm competent at my job, right? Rabbit thing didn't jive with that.
I do not know what you mean, man.
I know I'm not explaining it well, but I'm still exasperated. Look, there's a certain way I want to come across. I want to look competent. I want to look confident. I want to look like a guy some lady might be interested in, right? I want to look like a responsible, well-adjusted guy. What's a white bunny doing for any of that? I don't even look like I'm wearing the right clothes with those ears. I look like I'm supposed to be wearing like a Peter Rabbit frock or something.
I don't think rabbit ears make that kind of stuff impossible, dude.
I want to contradict him right away, but I want to finish the soup before it gets cold too. And take a few quick bites before I continue. Sorry, man. I'm not seeing it.
I feel like you can look like whatever, and if you're confident, people will pick up on that.
Dude, that's way too easy for you to say. You look like a bartender. You look like a lifeguard.
It is all in the performance, my dude.
He grabs an empty glass off the table, flips it, and lands it on the back of his hand, then flips it back onto the table. Sure, whatever.
I'd try it again sometime. Maybe, get some second opinions. Some chicks might be into rabbits.
Maybe the ones that, like... Stop myself. Look, there's not many nice ways to say it, but rabbits have a very... Feel the weight of my breasts pull at my chest. Feminine connotation. Roman shrugs.
Maybe sometimes. But I don't know. I've seen you talk to ladies. You've got some charm. I would totally be wet if I was a lady for you. Make it work, You don't have to let what you look like dictate what you can do.
He finishes his bowl.
You want more?
No, I don't want to have too much before I try to sleep off whatever I've come down with. I don't suppose, by any chance, we might get to see, some gender bending with our boy Roman, would we? As I would not have expected it with Gavin, and yet, Gabby was probably one of my favorite character designs in that game. So I am kind of curious now. Is, any chance we can see a broad-shouldered Urbo? Maybe as a treat? Bat's eyelashes. Thanks for picking it up, though. What do I owe you?
Dude, I'm not going to make you pay for food I got you because you felt sick, bro.
Roman is protected from Gunzel, the Force Femme hammer, for now. Oh, Gunzel's Force Femme hammer. I thought it was one of those we named the monkey Jack situations. Look, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Consider herbos. Consider herbos. You don't even really have to change that much. Roman already kind of has the build and the hair to really pull off the butch look. I'm just saying, see if you can let a little herbo into your heart. Oh, thanks then.
No sweat, dude.
I stand up from the table, making sure to keep myself hunched over a little. So I'm gonna try and sleep this off.
I'll keep my headphones on to keep the noise down, compadre.
He walks over to the couch and plops down. Great, thanks. See you tomorrow?
Yep.
I shuffle back to my bedroom while attempting to keep my torso still as possible and close the door behind me. In a bind. Oh, girly pop, no! Oh no, you can't bind like that, girly pop, no! Oh no! Don't do the medical tape binding, please, I beg you. My eyes shoot open the moment I wake up. It's the same moment I perceive my breasts still on my chest. One droops on top of the other, and a thin, slick layer of sweat sits between the two. The sensation makes me shiver. Where's that damn pillow? It was the only thing that allowed me to get to sleep last night. I wedged it between my breasts and wrapped my arms around it, managing to avoid making skin touch skin. I had tossed it away at some point in the night, and now nothing was preventing them from imposing their physical reality on me and each other. With the utmost care, I slide my hand between them, using my t-shirt to wipe the sweat away, making sure to not think about how similar it is to feeling up a girlfriend in bed. It's a chance I could irrevocably overwrite the association, and I'm not about to let that happen. I lean up in bed and knead my brow with the base of my palm. Oh, God. I know I'm going to fret the whole time between now and arriving at work, but I indulge in a few moments of groggy wallowing. Unfortunately, it's the position that makes me most cognizant of their weight. I lift one up, consciously insisting it's just relieve the tug on my chest. So, do I call in sick, or... It's the most practical solution that comes to mind, but it solves only one problem. I need to figure out how to get rid of these breasts, and if I can do that before work, all the better. I'm not confident it'll work after my previous attempt, full night of rest, but I'm already in an amenable position, so I try to slow my breathing down to a meditative cadence. With thousands of mornings of experience to draw upon, I try to recall how my body feels wake up from sleep and impose it on my... I can't tell if I'm doing a good job. Not only do I have very little experience, I don't feel any changes once I pause after a few minutes. It's not working. Damn it. It said sleep is supposed to reverse things. I almost consider the possibility it isn't the cause. That I somehow chanced upon a distinct transformation magic during my commute. The truth is the tea caused this. It just isn't working the way it's supposed to. Lucky me. Okay, new plan. My mic is cutting a bit? Oh, alright. Let me try moving it a little closer and I'll bump the gain up a bit. I pull out my phone and punch hiding breasts into the search bar. I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Love the angle with the phone in just casually existing with something new hanging. Oh, right, it's binding breasts. I knew that, right? I think I knew that. I refine my search and look for how-to guides. Cautiously worded manuals from hospitals and queer advocacy sites take up the whole first page. Oh, so you don't tie bandages around your chest? Oh, thank God. It seems to be the consensus, no matter what I've seen in cartoons and video games. It's not like I had yards of the stuff lying around anyway. My heart sinks as I read through the most highly recommended solutions. I don't have any sports bras or specially made binders, and nowhere that sells either will be open in time, not to mention the cost. I'm 3 results in before I see something feasible. Oh shit, you can use kinesiology tape? Roman keeps a pile of boxes under the bathroom sink to call upon when he's tweaked a muscle swimming or biking or weightlifting. He wouldn't mind if some went missing if I claimed it was for exercise. This is a mood. You ever just walk around your house completely naked from the waist up, clothed from the waist down? I tiptoe to the bathroom to retrieve the tape and some gauze like the tutorial instructed. Back in my bedroom, I remove my shirt and lay my phone on the bed to reference some videos I've pulled up. Okay, make a little patch to cover your nipples and stick it a couple of inches from the edge. I have a feeling mine are even more sensitive than those of the people in the video guides, so it's a step I have to make sure not to miss. Only after watching the process done a few times by a few different guys am I confident enough to try. I take some comfort in the fact that all the videos show men doing the binding. The body hair and beards go a decent way in helping me ignore what having these breasts connotes. Alright, so now I attach the edge to the inside where it meets my chest and draw it across. The urge to pull it tight as possible gnaws at me, but I resist as best as I can and draw the tape back and around to the side. The soft, malleable flesh squishes out the top and bottom, but I manage to press much of it flat. Ooh, looky there! I am supposed to leave a little bit of slack as I stick the other edge to the side of my ribs. Once I put everything in place, I turn to the mirror on my closet door. This takes me back. This is the same method that I saw back when I was in middle school and early high school, when I was like lurking around on crossplay forums online, and I was marveling at how people were able to turn breasts into pecs. The cosplay concept, strapless bra with a giant sensor bar attached, maybe pixelation. That would be pretty cool. That actually kinda works. It didn't make the breast disappear or anything, but compared to the one still hanging free, it's reduced significantly. With renewed confidence, I repeat the process on the other side, then flank each length of tape with one above and below in order to suppress the tissue squishing out. Yeah, look at that. Once I'm done, I'm left with something approaching the finished product shown in the tutorials. I turn to the side to see how much they project. Well, it's definitely less boobs, not none. It's not perfect, but my hoodie's up to the task of obscuring what remains. My phone confirms I've lost nearly all my morning routine time. I've only enough time to brush my teeth before throwing on the hoodie from last night and rushing out the door. By the time I arrive at Awakenings, I'm already convinced I screwed up the bindings. They're simultaneously too loose and too tight, and they feel like they're gonna fall off any minute. I I can still feel my breasts move even though I remain as still as possible above my hips. Hey, Bean, you're late. She's down to just her skunk ears, tail, and nose. Apparently things worked like they're supposed to with her. Sorry, medical thing. You're not sick, are you? Don't get close to me if you got mycomatosis after getting those ears yesterday. Wow, I'm impressed with myself that I got mycomatosis right on the first time. Didn't on the second time, but the first time at least. Oh, what's mycomatosis? It's a viral disease common to domestic rabbits. They get discharge from their eyes and nose. How the hell would I know that? You're the fucking rabbit around here. Her boss appears from the back room, also halfway reverted from her full furry appearance. She's also restyled her hair. Her bangs are putting in overtime. I assume in an effort to hide where her wolf ears sprout from her human head. You really shouldn't be working if you're contagious, Mr. Bianco. I swing behind the counter and attach my name tag. No, it's nothing like that. Just some chest soreness and, tightness. We can't afford a customer getting sick when we're trying to rebuild our patronage. I straighten up the sleeves and napkins at the pickup counter, bending like a hinge at the waist to keep my torso nice and stiff. Really, just a couple aches and pains. The two of them can't stop their ears from twitching as they narrow their eyes at me. Well, let me know if I need to be hands-on at the counter. It's a lighter day in the back. I will, thanks. You two not having more tea today? Well, with the amount Naomi's provided for us, we might need to stretch what we have a little farther. Yeah, I think this gets a lot of the point across anyway. Ashes of Eden. I mean, I gotta ask again, what kind of music does Ashes of Eden make? And you'll be going sans ears, I presume? Yeah, I don't think my body reacted the best to it. I think it might have caused the soreness, honestly. Oh, that's certainly a shame. Still, we'll be relying on your expert brewing in any case. Also gothic metal? I see. Naruhodo. You bet. I hope my little salute doesn't come off too flippant, but boss smiles and heads to the back room either way. Ash turns back to me. You're not still mopey about what you turned into, are you? I doubt she'd accept any answer, so I'm not incentivized to tell her the truth. No, I just really need to take it easy and get back home so I can rest this off. Good, because I don't need you raining on the only fun thing that's happened here in years. You miss your favorite Ash shirt, the one that just says, banned. Excellent. What, dare I ask, what kind of music band makes? There's a rapping on the front door, and I strain my back fighting the reflex to twist my torso to take a look. Naomi waves from behind the glass. I wave her in to signal the door is unlocked. Ooh, oh, this is cute.
Had to park a little bit away. We got some new peach cobbler bars we're trying out.
They're a cover band. They cover Ash's tits. I've never heard that song. Can you tell me how it goes? Or maybe that's a band. Could you tell me what kind of music Ash's tits make? She drops the boxes of pastries. Free samples for clients?
We're already giving you a deal on the tea, you know. Speaking of, you're still looking really sharp in kimono Mimi form.
You'll have to play farther to find out. Well, okay then. Yeah, still got some of the same bite, I think. Naomi looks over at me and affects a hurt pout.
Oh, Leo, you're breaking a poor girl's heart. I thought I might see my favorite lagomorph today.
I grimace as I feel my breath strain the bindings. I mean, I said last night I'd probably get rid of the transformation.
Can't blame a girl for holding out hope. Besides, you looked so cute with your...
Her eyes pop open as her cervine nostrils flare. Her ears twist forward to face me. Uh-oh. My heart skips a beat as she snorts in a breath. She leans in closer. Uh-oh.
Leo?
My whole body is suddenly flush with sweat, and feel the bandages start to slip on my slick skin. Yeah?
Did you use a new shampoo or something today? You smell kinda girly.
Oh, yeah, it's got kind of, fuck, what does she smell? Sort of, talc character to it? Her eyes narrow even further. I can imagine my bandages snapping like guy wires? That for sure that was guide wires. Oh, guy wires for sail, for nautical stuff. Guide wires for... It feels like her snout is inches from my chest. My skin is sweltering. I hear one last inhale. She pops back and smiles. Oh, bud, she clocked those pheromones. You are so fucked.
Well, it smells really nice. I'd say stick with it.
My body temperature drops from blistering to boiling. Oh, well, we'll see if I end up having a reaction to it or something.
Keep me posted then. Hope I can catch you after work too.
I'm doing well, Magnus, thank you for asking. She trots out the door, making sure to twist her neck to avoid getting her antlers stuck in the door frame. My exhale of relief as I hear her drive away almost makes me crumple to the ground. Ash looks up from the pastries she's stocking in the case, as she pops a corner of one of the peach cobbler bars into her mouth. Your friends are really weird, Bean. Can't say I have much of a leg to stand on there myself. I wipe some sweat off my brow while lifting my arm as little as possible. I attempt the same as I flip the sign from closed to open. Shift that follows isn't busier than usual, than yesterday. No new customers mention coming in hoping to see furry staff, and the regulars that missed the start of our experiment are just as surprised at Ash's ears. Word hasn't quite gotten out yet, but that doesn't prevent me from sweating through the whole morning anyway. My back aches as my extra weight and rigid posture makes me move in stilted motions. It's costing me time. I endure more impatient glances from patrons than I'm used to, and Ash makes her opinion clear with a few exasperated sighs while waiting behind me at the espresso machine. None of it shakes me from my resolve. There is no way I'm going to risk loosening these bandages, especially considering how the edges fray over the course of a few hours. A few of the tips have already curled away from my skin and rake at the inside of my shirt. Feels like one will catch on a stray crease at any moment and the whole apparatus will be ripped off. I can only discreetly adjust things so much. Your pour-over is ready. The customer whose drink I finished approaches the counter. Hey, thanks, man. They lift up their hand to take the drink, and I do the same. The merest bit higher than the limit I'd set for myself. Let's go. There are 2 Mothmans on stream, truly. We live in a Mothman-rich economy. I freeze, with the drink held aloft. Finding nothing unusual about this, the customer simply takes their drink and walks over to the condiment station. My hand remains stuck in place. Feel the section of tape hanging free of under my clothes, along with some of the breasts it was holding in place. I don't move for several seconds. Tape has a vision like a T-Rex. If you don't move, it won't react. What are you doing? I am formulating a plan. Does that plan involve standing there like a statue all day? I hope not. Hey, boss? I lift my voice without turning away from the entrance. I hear boss approach from behind me. Yes, Mr. Bianco? Could I take you up on that break you offered earlier? Certainly. Ash and I can handle things here for you as long as you need. Oh. Oh, chat. Our our first choice of the game. Now, I know which I would pick, but I think it's only fair if I set it to a poll. Alright. I'm just gonna do, let's do a quick 3-minute poll. Alright, chat. I know which route I would go for, and I feel like if you've been paying attention to my comments as we've gone through, it will probably be pretty obvious, but vote for whichever one your little hearts so desire. Will you tell us your choice when the poll is over? Sure. But again, I feel like if you've been paying attention to what I've been saying about characters, you can probably figure it out. It doesn't take a detective. Boom, 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 boom. You just joined partway into stream, and you also kind of struggle to read sentiment sometimes. That's fair. I am also neurodivergent, so no worries. Can we get the Jeopardy theme in the style of Wagnerian opera? No, because the Jeopardy theme doesn't really have lyrics that I can work with for that. And also because I'm vibing to the music. And, you know, a free chance to rest the voice doesn't hurt. Just finished hydrating, thank you. And with 3 votes, our winner is Naomi. Yeah. Naomi was the character I would have picked anyway, because I really enjoy her visual aesthetic. I like a fellow trans girl who is at least part deer and who has antlers and floofy hair. Plus, also, she seems like she would be the most knowledgeable here since, well, Ash and the boss haven't really, grown breasts due to the tea. Alright, so I already made the save. Yep. Okay. Ask Naomi for help. Great. Thanks. I keep my arm raised and waddle sideways with all the grace and speed of a penguin. The jackalope would pick the deer? Nah, it's alright. I appreciate that you didn't immediately pigeonhole me. Ash and my boss watch in silence as I shuffle out of sight. Once I'm in the storage room, I allow myself to relax out of my stiff posture, but that simply lets my breasts sag more. Boss and Ash grew them the old-fashioned way. First puberty. Oh, god damn it! I pull out my phone using the arm that's attached to the well-behaved breast. Okay, just gotta get my story straight. I remain there, staring into the middle distance while I line all of my ducks. Okay, Donald, I need you to go a little further to the left. Alright, Howard, we're gonna slide you in between Donald and Daffy. Is that cool? Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, that should work. I pull up Naomi's text thread. So that transformation stuff I was talking about last night, it's still kind of an issue. Could I get some help with that? It smells like... I'm under the impression Naomi's in the middle of a shift, so there's a chance I won't get a response before Boss comes back to check on me. Thankfully, I see her typing only a few seconds later. Well, I mean, Zira, they're also underaged, and this is a mature game. I wouldn't want children anywhere near them. You know, for the allegations, gotta avoid those.
About to make some deliveries. Let me know what's up and I'll get back.
I delete half of the words I text back as I attempt to thread the needle of specificity versus obfuscation. So... Ooh, okay. Ooh. I didn't know I was gonna get exercise in, but we are really walking this baseline, okay? Ooh. So I was on the train ride back home, and I think the tea made my pecs grow? Like, there was this ad for gym, and there was this buff guy, and I remembered Roman giving me tips on how to build muscle there. And then they just started growing on their own. I know you said just to meditate like normal, but they've stuck around and my shirts are fitting weird and I don't know what's happening. I hope I added just enough embarrassing details to make it sound genuine. The wait for her response is longer this time, but it ends with a bang. Oh my god! Did that pick up in the microphone at all, or was I too high of a pitch? Oh, sorry.
Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god!
It's the best I can do.
Leo independently invented paw? Lamau?
I could be annoyed at her, but I instead take it as evidence she bought my cover story. What's pause?
Hold on, I'm gonna get someone to cover for me and I'll call you.
There's few minutes. I assume this should be there's a few minutes of suspense before my phone buzzes. Hello?
Oh my god, Leo, I can't believe you used pause by accident! This is hilarious!
I'd have to be less confused to be offended. What the hell is pause? I have hands!
I'm sorry, it's just people didn't even figure it out until the tea was out for a year and... Oh, yeah, table 13, thanks Carmen. This is what you were asking about last night?
Yeah, actually, I was being a little vague about the specifics, as you might imagine.
Man, I didn't know you were self-conscious about your body like that. You know you're super handsome the way you are, right?
I mean, thanks. But what's this pause thing again?
Okay, so this is kinda Kimono Tea 301 level stuff, but there's a method for using the tea to induce non-furry changes. Ones beyond the changes that can happen naturally to align people with their bodies more, that is. Oh, wait. I should ask, you don't have, like, super strong body dysmorphia, right? About muscles and stuff? Because you would definitely tell me if you had, like, cripplingly bad gender dysphoria, right?
No. I don't know why you would be so specific, not really.
Okay, just making sure. If you did, you probably would have changed as soon as you drank the tea. And you'd probably have changed more than just your pecs. They're really big enough to bother you, huh?
I take the time to notice the weight of my breast that escaped containment. Yeah, they're, pretty big. I had to wear a hoodie so they weren't noticeable.
Man, that is wild. Roman must have really been pushing the idea on you or something.
Yeah, he, really talked my ear off about it.
Impressive considering all the extra ear you had.
Yeah, sure. But this pause thing?
Alright, so anyway, it stands for... Huh? Dolphin? Wow, not even mermaid? Yeah, the rolling tank should be free. Have Reggie's help you out if it's too heavy.
I'm starting to think I should wait until Naomi's shift is over.
Sorry, where was I? Oh, right! Pause. So, pause was this thing the community figured out after the tea was released. The manufacturer didn't even know you could do it. It stands for Plasticity Apogee Warping State.
I'm short on time, but I still afford myself an exasperated pause. Does it really?
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't come up with it. I don't even have pause.
Oh god, canines steer everything in this community. Oh, sorry. On God, canines steer everything in this community. Okay, sure, but how does that help? How does it work?
So the way it's supposed to work is you get into Kimono Mimi mode where you have just the ears and tail. That's the most flexible state you can be in, hence plasticity apogee. Then you have just a little bit more tea to prime the pump to change a little bit more. Then instead of meditating, you really intensely focus on an attribute you want to change. Normally, you can only do one at a time, so you can make yourself a little bit taller, or you can make yourself a baller, or you can change your hair color, but you can't do all of those at once.
So you have to concentrate on wanting whatever you're trying to do?
Yeah, basically. It sounds like you didn't have some more tea right before either, but that's just the way to reliably get it to trigger.
How do you reverse it?
So it's generally supposed to revert along with any other changes the tea causes. They also go away if you go anthro, as a matter of fact.
Why do I still have them then?
So they can be a little bit stickier than the furry changes. Not often, but sometimes. Was it hard to meditate back to normal last night?
I remember needing reference photos of myself to get back to normal last night. Yeah.
And sleep wasn't the best?
Nope, not really.
Okay, sounds like you might just need some extra time to get rid of those. Or you could use pause to get rid of your pecs. You can pause yourself back to normal if you don't have the time or inclination to meditate.
How do I do that?
Like I said, drink enough to get your ears back, then just have a little bit more and focus on changing the part you want. Just really focus intently on having your normal chest.
So, the opposite of meditating, essentially.
Basically. Can't be an egg.
Rabbits don't lay those. Ah. It all comes back to the rabbit of a positioning holiday.
There should be some tea left at your place if you want to try, and then I'll get to see you after work all rabbity again.
I decided to be amenable since she is offering me the lifeline. Shit, that's coming up soon and you gotta prep still? Are you doing anything special with the game for Easter? Or is that more just like talking about personal? Yeah, I'll let you get a closer look.
Anyway, if you want me to walk you through the process, I have...
The trumpeting of an elephant makes me yank the phone away from my ear.
Oh, sorry. Looks like we got a code gray. I'm gonna have to help wedge someone out of their booth, but text me if you need any help, okay?
Ah, I see. Ooh, personal stream stuff. What are you planning on streaming? She hangs up before I have a say in the matter. I remain standing for a few moments to fully digest what she said. Could that really be what happened to me? Doesn't sound quite right. Not just the amount of time it had been since I drank the tea. Sounds like you have to consciously alter your body. I wasn't trying to go grow boobs. The only answer I get is the lights buzzing. Right? Oh boy, Leo, bud, I don't know why you're staring at us like we have any kind of answer. My panic likely tinged most of my memories from yesterday. I feel I can confidently say I was simply imagining getting closer to that. Sure you were, bud. I mean, there was definitely that part where our chests were pressed up against each other, but that's just one of the best ways to feel a woman's breasts. Well, pressed up against your own chest, you feel that soft warmness against your own skin. I stop before I get myself into more trouble. Okay, I'll just get that tea then. Plan involves more walking, but this time I get away with folding my arms over my chest. I have to dip into the store floor to ask Boss where she kept the extra tea. She's obviously surprised, but tells me where to find it in her office without any more trying. The carafe of hot water is farther away from the back than I'd prefer, but I'm able to start steeping without causing either them to suspect too much. More than they did, at least. Do your character hear Bunny Girl com raffle each? Ooh. I'll have to try and sign up for that. Sounds fun. I arrive back at the storage room with the tea already halfway steeped. I swirl it around as if that will release the tea's essence quicker. Okay, hopefully Ash and Boss won't ask too many questions about why I used the tea again. Now, there were the 2 thermoses. No, that was the already made stuff. Leo would be making choice. It takes another minute or so of bobbing and swirling, but the tea's finally ready. I take the mug and bring it to my nose. It's still warm enough for some steam to rise off it, and I breathe in the overwhelming aroma. I'm thankful that the tea's innate allure is enough to overcome my trepidation. The same delectable sweet and earthy carrot taste greets me as I down the whole mug, save for a mouthful at the bottom. Drinking it all at once is like swallowing a ball of lightning. The energy that radiated out from my stomach now jolts to my head and spine. So bracing, I can't help but perform a little hop. Shit, I'm glad no one saw that. The transformation happens quicker this time, either because I drank so much at once or my body's already undergone the same process. It was the second one. Did you not pay attention to Naomi's hyperfixation rambling? I know better than to try hiding my teeth this time, but the nervous grimace I've been sporting for the past few hours is particularly adept at highlighting their prominence. They slide down my lips, and I have to get used to the room they take up in my mouth again. My nose comes in next, and I cross my eyes in trying to get a better look at how it reshapes itself. I even prod at it a bit to get used to its new form now that I'm not surprised by my whiskers sprouting. So wait, is it not normal to just, like, have part of your field of vision taken up by your nose? I also take the time to feel my ears come in. They're hot to the touch as their growth shoves them high enough that my arms almost straighten out. The same ear flops over and strikes my bangs. Kinda wondered if it's always that one. I'm not excited about getting used to growing a tail, but I know it'll be more comfortable if I nudge my waistline down. Yours does? Really? I feel like I always notice my nose. Maybe it's just an Italian nose. It's very prominent in the mind. Also, hey, Zelos. I keep my hand down there to feel just how much the fur inflates its size. Feels like I could squish it down from volleyball size to softball size if I compressed all the fur enough. The crackling energy seems to have dissipated with the completion of the last change. Okay, I guess I just have the rest to get into that flexibility state. There doesn't seem much danger in having a little more, and I know I'll enjoy it, so I down the last portion right away. As the tea settles in my stomach, the difference in sensation is immediate, obvious. With nowhere to go, the small portion of energy in the tea diffuses throughout my body, more fuzzy static than coursing current. I pinch my eyes shut. Instead of the calm, placid state I tried to achieve the day before, I clench into an intense focus. Okay, get yourself back to normal. Just your nice, normal, flat chest. Totally normal, totally typical, no bumps at all, not even pecs. Could I give myself pecs? It sounded like people could add whatever features they wanted. I could probably give myself pecs, right? That would look stupid if I just had pecs. I'd have to give myself some abs, too.
Should I give myself abs? Oh wait, then Naomi might know that I did it on purpose. Damn it, Leonardo, just focus! I clench my eyes and fists hard enough to squeeze out any thoughts besides restoring my typical physique. My efforts seem to work as the diffused energy in my body swirls up and forward until it collects behind my breasts. As the particles coalesce, they gain heat and a glowing warmth radiates inside my chest. I can feel it working, and it renews my resolve. I constrict my muscles even more to trap the energy where it is. Naomi said nothing about ignoring the changes as they happen, so my heart leaps when I feel the strips of tape peel away from my skin. I find even more capacity for flexing. If I look ridiculous, I don't care. Tape of my bindings bunches and shears as the full mounds it was holding back shrink and flatten. The few sharp pangs of pain as sections tear off my skin, taking a strand or two of body hair. It only makes me more focused. Like a bag of popcorn in the microwave, the sharp punctuations peter out and I don't feel anything anymore. Even the warmth is gone. I open my eyes and reach up to my chest. They're gone! Oh, thank God. I take my shirt off for the final inspection and find it as flat as I'd hoped. I'm not very graceful removing my unneeded support, but I only wince a couple of times as I tear both bindings off. Man, I was so worried I was never gonna get rid of them. A big wad of tape in the trash can probably isn't a smoking gun I should be worried about. Once I've removed the evidence, I'm ready to return back to the floor. I hope you're gonna get, your hoodie back on. Before I do, I make sure to throw the tea bag in a takeout cup in case something flares up again. When I arrive back at the front, Roman's already chatting with Ash and Boss.
Oh, there he is. How's it going, bro?
Hey, Bean. Roman here was waiting for you to crawl out so you could make his drink.
Oh, crap, sorry. I'll get started on that right away.
Oh, and we have ads, so I'm going to wait until we get back. Hope everyone's enjoying this as much as I am. I realize I'm going slow, but hopefully steady at least. I'm sure that it's probably hours to go still, but KD, any estimate at our current pace about how much is left of the demo? We could do it in one more stream? Okay. Unless you wanted to also go back and do the other options, I mean, that's a very strong possibility. Ah. I'll probably end up stopping at my my usual time of 11, which is about half an hour or so, and we'll then continue on next time, which might be as soon as next Thursday. We'll see. But I am looking forward to playing more of this. How big is the differences in what changes? Well, I mean, I guess it has to be pretty big because Naomi is the only one who logically would... Oh, hello, Raiders! Naomi is the only one who would logically know how pause works. So I guess I don't really know what would happen if we had chosen to talk with Jade or the boss about it. But welcome, Raiders. Let me hop up here. Hi! If you're new here, my name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and a slightly mad science. It's nice to meet you. I do variety streams here focused on roguelikes. Focused on roguelikes, digital artwork, and RPGs. So if you like what you hear, then stick around if you please. Tonight, I am delighted to be able to show y'all the demo for the next big game that a dev team, which has a couple of my friends on it, Cinnamon Switch Studios, is going to be putting out soon. If you like games where you explore gender identity and turn into furries and smooch other furries and sometimes not furries, it's got you covered. What were you up to tonight, by the by? Yeah, you get some pretty different conversations and a few different CG variations going forward. Oh, well, I mean, now I'll have to. Now I'll have to make sure. Sorry if I'm not responding right now. Oh, that's alright. Ads are an ass. Ah, Clone Hero. Big rhythm game fan? Oh, crap, sorry. I'll get started on that right away. I slip behind both of them to begin preparing Roman's drink.
Cool. Cool that you're trying the tea again, bro.
Yes, I was surprised when you asked for another tea bag, considering your attitude this morning. Oh, yeah, I talked it over with Naomi, and she thinks it might be sort of a tea hangover situation with me. Either way, the solution was to get back to this stage, and I'm feeling a lot better. I'm very glad to hear that. Are you actually gonna be able to work now? Yep, back in prime condition. I attempt to prove my claim by lifting the spoon high above the cup and letting the espresso solution drip back without a drop missing. Well, I'll just be attending to businesses in the back. Great. Thanks so much for covering for me. My pleasure. She returns to her office just as I finish making the cortadito. Your usual, sir?
Salute, bro.
He takes a bigger swig than usual this time. So, you're early?
Oh, yeah, I got some errands in town before I get to work. Speaking of which, can I count on you to show up today? Naomi promised to come, and I got something I wanted to show you. I'll comp your drink.
Roman's lucky he asked me in the last 5 minutes. Oh yeah, that sounds fun. I'm feeling a lot better since last night.
Glad to hear, mi amigo. I'll be sure to thank Naomi for getting you back in shape.
I'm reminded of something she requested of me. Oh, yeah, of course. Roman finishes his drink in the store for a change and heads back and hands back the cup.
I'll see you in a bit then.
We each wave as he exits the shop. The moment he's out the door, I pull out my phone. The pause thing worked great, thanks. The crisis with the elephant must be sorted out because she texts back right away.
Awesome! Can't wait to see you this afternoon.
Yeah, me neither. It's been a long time since I've been able to say it so sincerely. Compared to the first half of my shift, the last half flies by. I try to make up for my earlier shortcomings and handle the better portion of the workload to let Ash take it easy. The extra work doesn't bother me one bit. Even my rabbit ears and tail aren't annoying me this time. They're the whole reason I was able to get rid of my secret, which is more than fair compensation. I don't take any effort to hide my tail, and when customers point out my ears, I just offer a non-committal chuckle. At least one customer calls it handsome, and based on Ash's smirk, it probably made me blush a little. By the time my keep right-clicking. By the time my shift ends, I'm feeling better than I have in weeks. It's still early when I arrive at Murph and Murphy's. Naomi's sitting in our usual spot. Another question for the dev team. I know that, Naomi is, first and foremost, furry identifying, but is there any chance that we would get to see what human Naomi, or even, Kimono Mimi Naomi looks like?
There's my big coney boy.
I take the stool next to her.
And you were able to get back to normal with paws?
Yeah, unless you think I'm a little more swole than usual.
As fun as that sounds, I prefer the original Leo.
It's a fascinating idea. AD, quit playing games with my heart. At least that's a more open-ended answer than just the flat no, I will never get to see Roman as a hot butch lady. Okay, that's fair.
Well, the rabbity version of original Leo. Oh, so cute. Let me get a good look at those ears. I never got to when you first TF'd.
She stands up from her stool and brings her eyes close to the top of my head. If I was my normal self, I might have missed the subtle sniff she draws in, but these ears aren't just for show. Her eyebrows, yeah, I knew it. She smells the pheromones. Her eyebrows furrow and her eyes flit down to mine. She takes an even more subtle, though still perceptible sniff before sitting back down.
Yep, that is some deluxe Angora you got there. The first girl to get a handful of that is gonna be in for a treat. I'll bet you're gonna enjoy it too.
I don't have a drink in hand to direct any nervous energy into, so I default to scratching my forearm. Well, we'll see if I have them next time I'm a lady. I'm with a lady.
We know you'll have them tonight. And you know my opinions.
She grins and taps rhythmically on the bar with her fingers, making little tick-tick, tick-tick sounds. Oh! Look at that little tail go! It's been some time since Naomi flirted with me and my heart flutters. Her eyes drift towards my back, then back at me, When I follow her gaze, I notice my tail flitting back and forth. That is adorable. I swivel my stool to face her more directly. Well, I'm still kinda new to all this. Probably wouldn't want to jump straight to that so soon. She smiles and nods, taking my deferment with the same grace as always. One of these days, I'm gonna have to decide if I'm comfortable doing something with someone who, A, is my former roommate, and B, has hooves and is covered in fur. But it won't be tonight. It will be later on in this very game. Oh, where's Roman, by the way?
I was hoping you wouldn't take too much longer to ask.
She wraps her finger on the bar 3 times.
He's here.
Oh, there he is. There's the lad. I look up to see Roman emerge from the kitchen.
Hey, bro!
Just like Naomi predicted, he's an otter. Sadly, a straight otter. Can you imagine that? What kind of otter is straight? Whoa, hey, you had some.
Totally. What do you think?
He's in full anthro furry form, just like Naomi. His body's covered in warm brown fur with darker grays around his hands. A thick, muscular tail drags behind him, and I notice he's even got a hole in his pants to fit it. His muzzle is broader than maybe any I've seen on a furry, and it's highlighted with a big, round, black nose. Oh, that nose is made for boopin'. It looks really good, honestly. I can now see in retrospect what Naomi saw in potential. Otter really does suit him. It seems so obvious in person that I can almost overlay this otter version of Roman over my memories of him. Yeah, transition will do that to your memories.
Can I call them or what?
I stopped by at Naomi's place after Awakenings and got the full treatment. Then I had to buy these pants too. This bad boy is way too thick to just lower your waistband, you know?
Oh, look at that! Look at that member he's swinging around. God damn. I thought you said that this was Twitch safe. He turns around and gives it a couple wags up and down to demonstrate. I thought I'd gotten over most of the self-consciousness about my tail. Yeah, now that's a butt erection. But it's hard not to notice the difference between one that can actually do something and one that mostly invites excuses to squish. Damn, I bet you get some serious speed in the water. Day 1 dialogue. Unfortunately, I'm straight. And fortunately for the women of New Greenshire, so is Roman. These words will come back to haunt us.
Totally. I'm gonna try it out tomorrow. That's actually the other reason I wanted you here. I was gonna invite you to the beach tomorrow since, you know, we both have the day off. I know you're usually really weird about going to the beach and you have to wear your hoodie when you're there because you feel weird about your bare chest, but like, it can totally be fun, I promise. Figured I'd put the new bod through its paces.
I have work tomorrow. It's the first time I've ever seen a non-cheerful otter.
Wait, you do, bro?
Yeah.
Aren't you closed on Tuesdays?
We're closed on Wednesdays.
Oh.
He turns to Naomi.
So, is this gonna last until Wednesday?
I'll make sure you're topped off.
Right! Wednesday then! I'll be lifeguarding that day, but I'll see you in between shifts.
I chuckle to myself as I experience once again the Roman brand of event planning. Did Roman lose his watch? He's got tan lines and... Oh, the tan lines are now underneath the fur, so you can't see it. Because, you know, skin gets tanned. Fur doesn't really get tanned. Yeah, I'll definitely make it. I was actually just thinking the other day that I haven't been to the beach in forever.
Awesome! But first, your drink.
Roman takes out a rocks glass and grabs a cube of ice. Oh, look at this suave motherfucker. About to drop the ice in, he instead tosses the ice in the air and drops the glass. He turns around, bats the glass back up in the air with his tail, and snatches it out of the air before the ice plinks back inside. Ah. God, I feel wet already, chat. A half-dozen bar-goers who were watching clap along with Naomi and I.
Glad I practiced that one.
He finishes he practiced that one. We cut to underneath the bar top and we see it's just covered in broken glass. He finishes making my drink as I once again marvel at the discrepancy between our levels of confidence. Mondays are generally more relaxed than most days, but there's still plenty of customers to occupy Roman's attention after a while, especially in his new furry form. A couple women ask if they can touch his tail and he obliges, presenting the thick, muscle-filled limb. They look even happier than the women I've seen hang off his bicep on request. Oh my gosh. Drunk women love hanging off Roman's biceps. I'm simultaneously envious of the attention and also envious of getting to hang off his bicep. Relieved that no one's asked to feel my tail yet. Once it gets busy enough, Naomi and I both take our leave. She skips ahead of me on the sidewalk.
Oh, this was so much fun. I finally got to see my friends all furred up.
Yeah, though Roman's definitely pulling it off better. That bit with the tail was impressive. God, every long-tailed furry gets so enamored with theirs. They turn into such show-offs. Oh yeah, Ash was doing tricks with her tail as soon as you left. Maybe I should figure out if there are any tricks I can do with mine.
I wouldn't force it. It can come off as try-hardy. We short tails just have to keep ours brushed and bushy.
You're the second streamer to make that joke and you laugh every time. Which one? The floor covered in broken glass? Or him hanging off of Roman's arm? Yeah! She prefers broken glass. Excellent. She performs the little shimmy and flick I've seen her do on command. She turns around to face me. Well, I'm sorry it took accidentally triggering pause to get you to try the tea again, but I hope you're enjoying it more this time at least. Yeah, it's growing on me a bit. So, is pause something you use a lot? Not really. Some other people at Barlow's have tried it in their spare time, but since we're full anthro on the job, it's not that relevant to us. It's really hard to maintain pause changes when progressing to full anthro. I think only one of my coworkers is good enough at regulating changes to do it, and it would still be a tall ask. Oh, okay. I work up yet another batch of courage to ask more. So, how much stuff like that is there? Like, transformations that are more than just
getting more furry.
She offers one of her more sardonic smiles.
I mean, I'd assume you'd remember one big possible change. The tea can change your sex? I think that might have happened to your old roommate.
I blush a little and my ears droop a smidgen.
Oh, right. Yeah, I knew that, of course. And that all happened with you at the same time? I mean, you became a woman the same time you became a deer? I'm asking for a friend who became a rabbit the same time that he grew breasts.
Yep, all the transformations were simultaneous for me. That's typically the way it happens, though it definitely varies, especially with additives. She tilts her head as if something occurred to her. Is there any reason you're curious about that kind of stuff?
Oh, well, Oz just got me thinking about what other stuff is possible.
Are there any changes you want that you had in mind?
Well, not really.
Fully just sweating buckets. Naomi raises an eyebrow before her eyes dip down towards my chest. Oh, she knows! Then her other eyebrow raises.
So, you said your ex got bigger last night?
Right. Yeah, I did say that.
Naomi goes still, as if the next word she says will scare off the skittish creature in front of her. Frankly, the opposite of what you'd expect from it. She regards me with suspicion, with a suspicion distinct from the other 2 times she's done so today. It's guarded and cautious, with a little discernment mixed in. Eyes dart up to my ears before looking me in the eye.
Hey, Leo?
Yeah?
So, sorry if you thought I was getting on your case for accidentally triggering pause like that, or thinking about doing more with it. You should feel free to play around with that stuff as much as you'd like. And please, ask me anything you'd like about the tea going forward.
Oh, thanks.
Or, like, about anything in general. Absolutely anything. I swallow.
Of course.
She doesn't usually linger this much during goodbyes.
So, see you later?
Naomi being as gentle as possible, and it's very sweet. It is. It's that wonderful moment of tea for tea when one of the teas does not yet realize.
Oh, I'll probably miss you tomorrow morning. I come in a little late on Tuesdays.
Right, of course, but soon?
Yeah, sure.
T for E, T for egg? Maybe. I mean, T for E. That feels like it has a ring to it.
Okay, cool. She backs away and waves. See you then.
Yeah, see you then.
I arrive at my apartment as part rabbit for the 2nd time ever, though this time I'm in no hurry to get rid of any animal features. Pre-ordering, yes. Yes, that is something that people do actually call people. My partner Epitome has been called a pre-orderer of trans femmes. Instead, with no leftovers to raid, I go about making dinner for the next 2 days. It doesn't take long to figure out why I'm in the mood for a salad. Guess I shouldn't complain about this making me eat healthier. I mean, yes and no. For him, at least, he does have a very real track record that kind of backs it up. I've got enough to make a simple tossed salad. As I'm chopping, I take a bite of each raw vegetable to see how it strikes me. The lettuce is better than any I've ever tasted. I put less dressing on top than I ever have in my life as I sit on the couch munching while YouTube videos from my Watch Later playlist air on my laptop. 1 or 2 times I notice my nose twitching as I bring a fork to my lips. It's a handful of chores to run through. I got laundry and the dishes and vacuuming to take care of before I start the next week. It's faster with my tea-triggered aptitude, but not much more exciting. Before long, I'm left with nothing else to do. Well, I go in late tomorrow, so I don't have to go to bed yet. Anyway, Naomi is the best big sister a trans woman can ask for. Very true, it's very cute. Kinda feels like I should take advantage of the TFX while I have them. Especially if, I wake up without them. It's sound reasoning, though I don't have many good ideas of what to do. I've already been out with friends and don't feel like heading out of the apartment. Dang. Everyone else is probably having fun with their transformation. Probably the only one letting it go to waste. Naomi's encouragement to play around with body modification rings through my head. I do still have the tea to use to do something else with paws, like, I'm suddenly at just of a loss as when Naomi asked what I might try. I could give myself abs, or make myself taller, or even, give myself a bigger dick or something. The moment I think them in my head, I feel like I'm reading off a script. Like they're the sort of things I'm supposed to want to change. While they don't sound repulsive, I don't feel any excitement either. I guess those things would be exciting for a girl if I was with one, but I wouldn't get much use of them myself. I need something novel. Something that would be fun to experiment with. Something like... The answer is so obvious, I'm surprised that it sneaks up on me. Wait, fuck, I don't want to do that again. Right? The walls of my apartment aren't about to tell me. I mean, I guess now that I know I can turn back easily, the opportunity to play with boobs and see how they feel for a woman would be enlightening, right? Besides, guys always say they'd play with their tits if they ever grew them, right? I even liked it for a second when I touched them. It totally wasted my chance last night. 24 excuses and justifications ping-pong around in my head, and I don't have time to address all of them. Oh. This isn't even a question. The thermos with the tea bag is still in the kitchen. I grab it and turn on the faucet. The temperature can get close to scalding on its own, and once it's up to temperature, I pour a splash inside. Story split. Grow bigger breasts, grow a bigger dick. Don't do it. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. You just wrote grow bigger breasts for all 3 options. I march to my bedroom and shut the door before tearing my clothes off, all the while scrolling through my phone to find the right folder. The right folder, huh? Hmm. Well, unfortunately, we can't show that on twitch.tv. Leo brings up a favorite photo set from his porn collection to focus on the woman's breasts. He grows breasts himself and starts playing with them, then imagining someone playing with them. He sucks on them and brings himself to climax before going to bed without getting rid of them. Alright. As much as I want to keep playing this tonight, I do need to make sure that I'm giving myself plenty of time to rest. So I'm going to save here. And we are going to continue this, possibly even as soon as next Thursday. I'll see what I can do schedule-wise. Isn't that where the demo ends? Is it? I don't think it is. When I asked earlier, KD said that there was probably enough for me to stream again. Not anymore? Okay, there we go. Thank you for the stream. It's my pleasure. You gave me the full version? Oh, I am actually playing on the Steam demo. If you want, I can grab the full version that was sent over Discord. Honestly, I probably should be using that anyway. Honestly, yeah, it'll give me a chance also off stream to revisit stuff. I think that would be nice. So yeah, then I gosh, I'm gonna have to try and find where in the world is Carmen San Diego, but more importantly, to also find where in the Discord is the files for the demos that you sent, because I remember there were two of them. Oh gosh, chat, this isn't even touching the the demo for the other game that Cinnamon Switch Studios is currently working on. And I might be biased, because I am, because Crossed Signals is dealing with one of my favorite kinds of transformation adjacent things. But that is also one that I'm really going to look forwards to being able to share with all of y'all. For now, though, I think it's time that I wrap up, and I'll circle back around with Yazoe about demos and making sure that I've got things up to date after stream at some point over the next few days. First, let's head on over to the end screen. Thank you all so much for swinging by. These games are really something special, and I'm glad that I got to share them. Thank you as always to Deluxe Tier supporters, Seratamon, Sir Bubblemuns, and Super Upsetti, our lovely raider, the Jade Demoness, our new follower, Violet Rosefall, and the subs who could swing by, Draxi Fusion, KD, Tyrus, and Zira. And of course, because the stream would be nothing without those watching it, to each and every one of the viewers like you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so if you liked what you saw, you can check out the demo for yourself in the link in the pinned post there. You can find it on Steam as well by searching for Coffee Buns. And I am really looking forwards to, I'm really looking forwards to playing more of this for all of y'all. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm just feeling a very smiley mood now, because being known and being understood may be a mortifying ordeal, but it's also kind of really nice, you know? I'm gonna start looking for a raid target, but could someone give me the socials command? Don't know if anyone else is actively doing the demo tonight. Thank you, Fusion. The first link there is my card. If you'd like to see all of the places you can find me in one fell swoop, or if you would like to get in touch for commission info, or I guess now that apparently I am having senpais notice me, if you know if you ever want to talk about voice acting, you can find all of the info for contacting me over on the card. I am pretty much on Discord anytime I'm awake, so if you'd like to hang out and get to know me or the wonderful folks in the community, use that Discord link. Blue Sky is my primary social media, so if you want to make sure you catch announcements, artwork, schedules, anything I feel worth sharing with all of you, there. And finally, YouTube, where VODs for special occasion streams, hey, just like this one, go when I remember to post them somewhere. Gosh, I heard someone just follow. I want to make sure I'm able to say thank you to them, whoever they are, before I continue. Oh. Thank you to Nilaki and Skither Drax for following. Hope you enjoy it here. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to have the next one of these streams for continuing through my, it's called a iced tea, continuing through Coffee Buns to be next Thursday. I don't know if I'll be able to stick with that, but that's what I'm gonna try for. The next stream is going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST, and that is going to be my alter ego, Auntie Griselda, the Goblin Auntie from Fantasy Queens, New York. And she is going to be teaming up with Draxie Daggerhead to take on Slay the Spire 2's co-op mode. Oh, actually, oh my gosh, sorry. I completely forgot. That isn't at 1 p.m. It's a little off to make sure the scheduling works. That's actually at 5 p.m. is when it's going to start. So 5 p.m. EST. Hope to see you there. Okay! Now that I've gotten all of that taken care of. Let's see, where do I want to throw a raid to? I don't see anyone doing any kind of special occasion stream. You know what? If you're taking suggestions, you got it, bud? I mean, I'll hear out the suggestion. I've got someone... Oh, nope, never mind. They apparently just ended stream. Yeah, I'm open to suggestions. Vanilla. Okay. Let's see what we have. Neurodivergent tier lists. Ranking things based on how my weird neurophysiology feels about them. Huh. I have never thought to try and do something like that, but that sounds interesting. Sure. Alright, so we are going to raid Ella. If you'd like to come along for the raid, here are some messages you can use. Anyone can use the first one. And if you have a subscription, you could use the second one and the subscriber emotes. You're also welcome, though, to just, use whatever emotes too if you want. I'm not the boss of you. I'm the mommy of some of you, but that's neither here nor there. Alright, so. Thank you all for coming by. Hope to see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. EST for Slay the Spire with Auntie Griselda and Draxie Daggerhead. Hope to see you next Thursday, pending, for more coffee buns. But for now, here's a hug, a smooch, and a reminder to take care of yourselves, okay? Somebody cares about you. Bye.